1242 and Resolution 371. And Resolution 371. And Resolution 371 here before this committee today. As we continue to witness people in custody suffer and die, the moral imperative to enclose Rikers Island remains as urgent as ever. In just the past 6 weeks, we've seen the death of 5 people who passed away in city custody. And while many people come into Rikers with a number of debilitating conditions, they have generally been accelerated while in our custody, and this must end. As was outlined in the Independent Commission's blueprint, to reduce the jail population, maintain public safety, and transition to a across multiple levels of government, including consistent partnership with the council. Thankfully, we've already seen many critical stakeholders step up and meet this moment. In recent months, the Office of Court Administration, under the leadership of Judge Zayas, began a transformational new citywide initiative to speed up case processing. By all accounts, the district attorneys and public defender organizations that play a key role in implementing this initiative have been working in good faith to achieve its aims. On the state level, we've seen increased investments in inpatient forensic psychiatric care and mobile mental health treatment teams, although we know the state needs to do more. New York City Health and Hospitals plans to open 100 transitional housing beds with services tailored for homeless people with serious mental illness and addiction issues. Under Speaker Adams' leadership, this council has conducted rigorous oversight, advanced legislation, and advocated for budget priorities, all with the goal of permanently closing Rikers Island. The legislation we are considering today builds on this work. Today, the primary goal is to ask this mayoral administration to show their work and explain what they are doing to meet this moment. Recently, we've received some troubling indications. During our preliminary budget hearing in March, MOCJ testified its plans to cut $8.9 million in funding to alternatives to incarceration programs and $8 million to reentry programs, which means we are in the same unproductive cycle of inconsistently funding service providers and helping to set up people coming home to safely and successfully reenter our communities. These cuts run counter to the Littman blueprint for what is necessary to reduce recidivism and safely bring down the jail population. The mayor has repeatedly stated that no one with mental illness should be at Rikers. Yet since January 2022, the number of people in custody with a mental health diagnosis has increased by more than 60%. There were reports of deadlocking or leaving people with severe mental illness locked up in cells for days on end. By the mayor with no real plan or buy-in behind them for turning one of the borough-based jails into a mental health facility, which could potentially further delay the borough-based jail's opening. Mayor Adams has also willingly complied with the Trump administration and announced plans to allow ICE to once again set up shop on Rikers Island, which may lead people who are not convicted of a crime to be sent to El Salvador's torturous prison and potentially never heard from again. He did this not because of safety, but because Tom Homan went on TV and threatened to be up his butt if he didn't. It's embarrassing to our city and demeaning to the role of New York City's executive. These are troubling and counterproductive measures, and hopefully there is an effort to gain foot on a better path. I will note that we did invite the new deputy portfolio to come and share his perspective on how he plans to approach the law to close Rikers, but I suspected he did not want to come before the council after deciding to help facilitate Trump's mass deportation pipeline. So today we seek to understand how our city agencies under the leadership of Mayor Adams are making efforts to close Rikers. We will hear from council members who have bills on the agenda today, then we will hear from a panel of witnesses from the commission, and then the agencies will be responding to questions. I'm now going to turn it over to Councilmember Rivera to give an opening statement on her bill.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Nurse, for your leadership, for holding this important hearing. And I want to thank this panel for your decades of work and leadership. And of course, to all of the advocates who are here, who have guided us and advised us on this movement. Rikers is a humanitarian and fiscal crisis, something you've heard me and all of us say before. Too many New Yorkers diagnosed with mental illness and substance use disorder are trapped in a revolving door of homelessness, incarceration, and emergency hospitalizations. 57% of individuals who are incarcerated at Rikers have been diagnosed with a mental illness, and recent data shows that the number of people found mentally unfit to stand trial has more than doubled since 2020, while hospital bed capacity has barely increased, something I think that bears repeating over and over again so people understand how serious this crisis is. Each of these issues is deeply connected. Homelessness is 10 times more prevalent among formerly incarcerated individuals than it is for the general public. Jail is not a home. That is why, alongside advocates and those with lived experience, I have worked with experts in supportive housing to put forward Introduction 1100, which we will be hearing today. It would amend eligibility criteria for Holy City subsidized supportive housing projects to include people who were formerly incarcerated within the past 12 months as a qualifying factor. This simple yet transformative change would remove barriers that keep thousands of vulnerable New Yorkers from achieving the stability they need to build their lives. The Rikers Commission estimates $2.4 billion in annual savings if we close Rikers and invest in alternatives like supportive housing. My proposal could expand access to 2,600 people on Rikers each year, offering access to safe housing and supportive services instead of a shelter bed or a jail cell. This is about safety, dignity, and the opportunity at a stable, productive, and fulfilling life. I want to thank you all again. I want to thank Chair Nurse, and I look forward to moving all of these bills forward toward passage together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rivera. I'll just acknowledge Councilmembers Joseph, Marte, Narcisse are here, and I'm going to turn it to Councilmember Joseph to give opening remarks on her bill.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Nurse, colleagues, and members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on my bill, Intro 1240, and to participate in this important hearing about how we transform our criminal legal system into one that truly centers justice, equity, and human dignity. Far too often, the moment someone is arrested, the system moves quickly to label and process them without ever asking, who is this person? What brought them here? What support do they actually need? Intro 1240 would require the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice to establish a holistic needs assessment program, a tool that allows us to see the full person, not the charges they face. Upon consent, this program would assess individuals at the time of arrest for a range of factors: mental health challenges, substance abuse, intellectual or developmental disabilities, a history of trauma or domestic violence, emotional and psychosocial conditions. These are not abstract issues, they are real-life challenges that impact how people interact with the world and with the criminal legal system. By understanding these circumstances early on, we can better inform decisions around charging, detention, release, or plea deals. Crucially, the results of this assessment would be provided to individual criminal defense attorneys within 14 days of their Supreme Court arraignment, giving defense teams critical information they need to advocate effectively and compassionately for their clients. This bill is about building a system rooted in care, not just control. It's about ensuring that people, particularly Black and brown New Yorkers who are disproportionately impacted by the system, have their humanity recognized from the start. We know that a huge number of those detained at Rikers Island are dealing with mental health illness, trauma, addiction, and poverty. If we truly believe in closing Rikers and ending the cycle of incarceration, we must start by seeing the full picture and acting on it. Intro 1240 is one step toward that more humane, more just future. I look forward to working with all of you, with Mark J., with impacted communities to make this vision a reality. Thank you so much for all of you that are here. Thank you, Chair Nurse.
Thank you, Councilmember Joseph. So we're going to hear from our first panel of witnesses, which includes Judge Lippman, Zachary Katz-Nelson, Leo Davis, and Stanley Richards from the Independent Rikers Commission. Before turning it over to the committee counsel to administrate the oath, I'd like to let you know how grateful we are for your thoughtful and diligent work on this report, for your collaboration with the council, and for making time to walk us through it ahead of time, and we look forward to hearing your testimony.
If you could all please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and respond honestly to council member questions? Noting for the record that all witnesses answered affirmatively, you may begin your testimony.
Madam Chair, council members, last month the Commission unanimously issued its report and recommendations, with the main takeaway being what we all know, that Rikers must close because it is a stain on the soul of our city. It is an accelerator of human misery. Violence is rampant. 62 people have died in Rikers since 2020. Staff is regularly assaulted. All of this, the impact of Rikers, is disproportionately felt by minorities. 85% of the staff, 88% of incarcerated people are Black and Latino. Rikers is the second largest psychiatric facility in the United States. Think about it, the second largest psychiatric facility in the United States. People don't get the care that they need, and when they come out, they're worse than when they went in. All of this must change. Our report lays out a blueprint to get that done. It's data-driven. It tackles mental health and lawlessness, fosters public safety, honors crime victims, and saves over $2 billion a year once the jails are up and running, the new local jails. This is not nuclear science. This is good, sound, smart public policy. The council gets it and gets the urgency of this, and that is clearly demonstrated by your budget and the legislation that you've proposed, which we wholeheartedly support. What is needed, and it's set out in the report, includes speeding up the construction of the jails by at least a year, and more if we can get it, reducing the population by attacking case delay, and the OCA plan, which was mentioned before, is really getting to the nitty-gritty of all this. Creating 500 or more psychiatric forensic beds outside the jails, investing in treating mental health and addiction, and in supportive services for communities and neighborhoods, particularly those surrounding the jails and particularly the new jails. Without these steps and more, the statutory deadline of August 2027 to close Rikers should not be legally extended. Only when the required commitment and action is demonstrated along the lines that we have laid out and recommended, at least in our opinion, should an extension be considered or granted. Now is the time for strong leadership by all present and future office holders in this city to close Rikers as soon as humanly possible. Our blueprint, I believe, lays out the path to get this done. I would just remind you in my remarks that, and this is, again, not complicated, I would remind you that Rikers is behind schedule in terms of closing because of a lack of urgency and a lack of will. It's as simple as that. And the council should continue to exercise its terrific leadership in this area, keep the pedal to the metal, or whatever the expression is. Keep your leadership, because what we need is that urgency and will now and each and every day, because every day that miserable, horrible place is open, human beings' lives are at stake, and the city is at peril. So this is the challenge that lies ahead for all of us. I couldn't be more proud of the collaboration between the Commission and the Council, and we have lots of challenges ahead, but the answers, I think, are right in front of it. We know why this isn't on schedule, and we know what we have to do. And again, as demonstrated by the steps that you're taking, by your budget proposals, by your legislation, we can get this done and put people out of this misery that we've lived in for so many years. That's a disgrace in a city such as New York. We must end it and end it now, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have, although I know you on the council have read all 123 pages or whatever it is of this report, and but happy and delighted to answer any questions that we can.
I did read that 100 pages.
I know you did.
Thank you so much, and thank you for acknowledging that the council is there and is committed to moving this forward, especially the fact that our speaker has made this a priority and has said so very clearly and has helped us move this forward. So just for the members who are here, I just want to acknowledge Councilmember Kamban here. We're going to hear from this panel first, then we have different agencies. So we'll talk to the commission, and if you have questions about the commission, just ping me. Wanted to give you an opportunity to kind of tell us more about who is on this commission, the expertise they bring, if you want to highlight any of the work that you did to pull this together. You mentioned it was data-driven, sound science, any of those things you'd want to highlight so that we have a kind of floor that we're walking on today.
Good. I just opened, and I'll ask Zach to really run you through some of the members, if not all of them. It's a 40-person commission. Hearing may be over before we name everybody, but it runs the gamut from business to court people to corrections people to formerly incarcerated individuals to people in mental health. Every conceivable aspect of Rikers is represented on the commission. Zach, do you want to give a broader view of the members?
Sure. I think when the commission was reappointed by Speaker Adams, we really looked at
and introduce our two members who are here with us.
Sure. We have Stanley Richards and Leo Diaz, who are both indicative of the expertise and experience we have on the commission. Just briefly, they can speak a bit more about their own qualifications, but Leo, for instance, has worked in corrections for over 3 decades. Stanley has a long career, both in terms of working as a service provider. He's now the CEO and president of Fortune Society. Also was the first deputy commissioner at the Department of Correction. Is formerly incarcerated himself. We have really made an effort to make as wide a tent as possible for the people that were on the commission, and people from the business community like Kathy Wild, people who run mental health agencies like Jonathan McLean, who runs cases, people with Ken Zimmerman, who runs Fountain House, really trying to look at judges who understand the operations work, prosecutors, defense lawyers, people who run mental health court, Judge Demick, who runs mental health court in Brooklyn and has for decades. Really trying to make sure that different views and different input was there, that we built an advisory board made up of, for instance, people who live in the communities around the borough-based jails, of people who are in law enforcement, police officers, really trying to bring in different voices and understand from different perspectives what goes into what has brought us to this day and how do we get out of this utter mess that we're in and disaster that we're in at Rikers.
And let me just add that I personally urge people who don't really have the time, to get into these commissions, which are endless meetings and subcommittees and, looking at all the data, because it was so necessary to get this broad constituency. So when you saw the report, you understood that it came not because Judge Lippman woke up this morning and said, gee, Zach, let's include this, that, and the other thing in the report. This represented thousands of hours of dedicated people who understand these issues. I'd ask Stanley and Commissioner to add to it about the workings of the Commission. How did we get to where we are today?
Sure. So again, Leo Diaz, recently retired in October of 2023. Prior to that, I worked for the Department of Corrections in Westchester County for 34 years. I went up the rank and retired as Deputy Commissioner of Operations. I think we had great success while in Westchester. At one point, we were under a federal agreement, but we got out of it in record time. And I thought it was important for me, after retirement, to kind of join this committee and bring my success and my experience from Westchester to help out with Rikers in any way that I could.
Stan?
And part of the committee work that we did, we talked with victim service providers and we talked with community members. We really wanted to make sure that our recommendations reflected what we were hearing from community members. We engaged the Department of Corrections. So this report is not made in absence of their reflections and their concerns. It is made with their reflections and concerns. So we really wanted to make sure that the report was reflective of the diversity of our city, the diversity of the communities impacted by mass incarceration and people returning home, and the families. So we did broad outreach to make sure we included the voices. And one of the things that really stood out for me was that when we did engagement with the victim services organizations and we did surveys, what they said was they recognize that there are people with mental illness being detained in our jails, that our jails are basically psychiatric facilities that shouldn't be. They understand that having people incarcerated as a result of their mental illness doesn't make our community safer, it doesn't make our city safer, and it doesn't make them feel valued and appreciated. And so that voice is included in our report. And
Can I just add one other thing? That we didn't accept when people said, whether it was administration, stakeholders, whoever it was, it can't be done. You know, that's not the answer. And I take it in the area that I'm most familiar, the courts, where when I was the chief judge too, we tried to do case delays. You know, let's do quick hitting parts that you know, made good numbers but didn't necessarily produce the result. I asked Chief Judge Wilson, my successor, Judge Zayas, the chief administrative judge, what can be done that's never been done before? And that's what they came back with, and that's why we think we can cut the jail population by at least 2,000 people over the next couple of years.
And I just want to add to that, because I think, for me, that's a really important thing. When I look at this work, I've been in this work for over 34 years. When I look at this work, when I was in the system, there was 22,000 people incarcerated in New York City jails, right? There was 72,000 people incarcerated in New York State prisons, right? We have seen over the years two things happen. The number of people incarcerated going down. We see those numbers going up in city. We're over 6,000. But we went from 22,000 to where we're at right now. And at the same time, we've seen our city get safer and safer. How do we do it? Because we all leaned in together. We understood that the investments that we need to make in alternatives to incarceration, in housing, and all of the recommendations we do help make our community safer. And so there is a lesson to be learned in our history that we need to lean into again and hold on to as we approach this moment in time.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge we have the public advocate has joined us, Councilmember Hudson, Abreu. We have Hanif on Zoom. We've got a handful of questions for you all. And I think if one of you could, in the simplest terms, help New Yorkers on the block understand how closing Rikers connects to their sense of public safety. We know crime is down. We know we've put a lot of things in place. But how do you make that connection? Why should New Yorkers be invested in this?
It's so clear to us that people who go into Rikers have the most traumatic experience of their lives. They come back out into the community not fixed, helped, better, healed. They come back traumatized and in a state of confusion, unable to be reabsorbed into society. Recidivism coming out of Rikers is sky high because what happens there defies what a penal institution should do. You know, penal institutions aren't just about punishment. And the culture at Rikers, what we train the officers to do, what we think is the purpose of that horrible place, is wrong to begin with. And the whole culture has to change, because you don't help public safety, you hurt public safety when you have an institution like that that hurts people, that doesn't, again, it's not designed to help them come back into society, whether it's the programs that exist there, whether it's the programs that exist after they get out, whether it's the failure to be in sync with mental health institutions, with psychiatric services, with housing. It's made to hurt public safety. It's the worst thing we possibly have in this city. When you talk about the safety of the people on the streets, to have people go in and out of Rikers, never be helped, and again, wind up being a scourge and a burden on society when they're just human beings. If they had a little assistance, they could lead useful and meaningful lives. Anyone want to add to that about public safety?
And just because we got a long list, so I think you made the case very well. Maybe we could rotate.
Stanley,
you all are very experienced and excellent on this, but. And I do know I'm going to get to the public advocate. He did want to give a statement, and I think Councilmember Hudson did as well, so I'll get you in there, but we're kind of on a roll now. So most of your recommendations are looking at us. Like, I mean, part of it is like you're looking at council members, borough presidents, community boards. You're asking us to help cite housing and facilities. What are you needing from us? You know, make your pitch to what you need from those of us who have decision-making power over where infrastructure that can support us closing Rikers needs to go.
Zach, you want to give a short list?
Or Stan, maybe.
Yeah.
Stan, go ahead.
We need the city council to lean in. I think we're at a moment where every community must bear its fair share of providing opportunity, stability, and housing to some of the most vulnerable New Yorkers. We have a project that is in the pipeline called Just Homes, that is targeting people with complex medical needs who are homeless, who cycle between Rikers Island, the emergency room and hospitalization, and shelter. And those are some of the most expensive resources that the city leverages to care for them. And what we're offering is permanent supportive housing in the Bronx on Jacoby Hospital campus. There's one example of what we need from the city council is for the city council to truly lean into that and to ensure that every community bears its fair share. And I am from the Bronx, I'm from Community Board 7, and we have multiple developments that have been happening in our community, and I applaud those developments. We have the Doe Fund in my community. I was born at Jacoby Hospital, so there's an investment we need from the city council, both in terms of their ability, your ability to vote yes for those projects, and your ability to lean in with resources to make sure that those projects go through.
Thank you for that. So some of the legislation one piece of legislation we're discussing here today is inspired by your recommendations, Intro 1242. It's requiring the city to designate 2 people,
yes,
like a full-time crew, to be focused on this and be empowered to really cut through things, get people cooperating. Can you talk about why you recommended the creation of this role and what gap you think it's filling?
Yeah, I think it's one of the most important recommendations that we made. The problem is, and I'm not being critical of this City Hall administration, the point is there's been no point person. It's been a revolving door on Rikers. Every other week, someone else is the point person, and there's no one to talk with, to negotiate with, to send them over to the council and say, look, the council has this idea, you have that idea, get together and let's make it work. There's been it needs, you know this expression, the czar. It needs someone who does nothing 24 hours a day other than think about closing Rikers. It's really one of the great fault lines, and we've had, again, aside from having no one who we can talk to since day one, that we can say, this person can make things happen at Rikers. When you do have someone who you start to talk to, it changes. So I think it needs the authority of the mayor to appoint someone who represents the administration, who can deal, look, would the people on the side lobbying and suggestions, who could deal with you? You know, because the two of you together are going to make this work. So the one position has been lacking since the beginning is someone who we know can make things happen at Rikers. The other position, there needs to be someone who's overwhelming commitment 24 hours a day is to changing the culture. Because if we just put Rikers in each of the 4 local jails with the same culture, we're not accomplishing anything. So that person has to be committed starting now, because it really hasn't started yet. What are those new jails going to look like, feel like? And that's why we need 2 people. One at corrections, to be looking at the new jails, changing the culture, and the other one to looking at getting this done every single day.
And I want to just summarize that really quick. My experience in working with the city, the bureaucracy is established to get to know why we can't do something. And we need 2 people who can get to yes. Cut through all the bureaucracies, cut through all of the interagency and agency policies and procedures and bureaucracies, and get to yes.
And work with you, principally. Again, what's the other side? Say, why do you do this? Why do you do that? Work with you day in, day out. I'm sure you have the same issues we have.
Thank you so much for that. Mr. Richards, as a former Deputy Commissioner at DOC, what do you think the department needs to prioritize in its planning for the transition to the borough-based jails?
As we put in the report, and my colleague can answer this as well, as we put in the report, culture change needs to start right now. And culture change is part about the training that we provide to officers. Culture change is about reviewing the policies and procedures and modifying those policies and procedures. We need to do that right
and Stanley, in reviewing the definition of the job.
That's right.
You know, what they think they're doing is not obvious.
And to work, we put in a recommendation, and to work with an organization like Amend, who has done correctional culture transformation throughout the country and internationally. And we know we can do it, but it's going to take sustained leadership, and that's why we recommended the 2 appointed positions to focus on this every single day. What happens right now is that officers go through the academy, they get the very basics about correctional law and correctional operations, and then they go into facilities where they have to deal with 57% of the people with mental illness. Talk about disconnection. We have policies and procedures in the department that was for a department that was 20 years ago. But yet those policies and procedures are the key operating principles within the department. So we need to do a total evaluation and revamping of all of those things. Training, policies and procedures, culture implementation, before we get to the borough-based jails.
Up to you.
Do you want me to expand on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'll take our experience in Westchester when we had the monitor there. We didn't see it as being an adversarial relationship. We said this is an opportunity for change, right? So I was there, I was there for over 20-something years when he came in, and when you're there for that long and you're reading the policies, they become like, this is a great policy. So to have the fresh eyes, review policies, make changes, provide proper training. When you make policy changes, it's good to, and we always did this in Westchester, it's always good to provide staff with the reasoning for the policy change so they understand why is it that the department is doing it. They may not agree with it, but now they have an understanding of why it's happening. Providing mentorship, in our facility, when I became a deputy commissioner, they said, you want an office in headquarters? I said, no, I want an office in the building. I want to be embedded in the building. I want them to see me there, to see me as part of the team. So providing mentorship, leadership, and then the final piece when you've done all you're supposed to do as a department is accountability. I remember a few years ago hearing that DOC had 2,000 disciplinary cases outstanding. You know, we believe in cause and effect. You're involved in an incident, we're going to resolve that incident. It doesn't define your career. We're going to get you to a better place. But you can't allow lawlessness where people don't violate policies and create risk for the population.
Are there any specific resources or investments that you think are required to actualize true organizational change at DOC?
I mean, we've made a big investment in staff training. We go beyond what's required at 3 days. We do supplemental training. We send our bosses to leadership training in other states. We're part of the Sheriff Association and other agencies to make sure we get the latest and best practices. And many times we exceed those best practices.
Okay. If any members have questions for the commission, just let committee staff know. I just have a few more. I wanted to get into the math. You all talked about $2.4 billion per year in savings once the borough-based jails are up and running. Walk us through what went into that financial assessment. Specifically, can you address how much your savings estimate is dependent upon a reduction or restructuring of the DOC workforce? If you have numbers about how many uniformed or non-uniformed staff DOC would need to reach for that savings. Yeah, we could start there.
Zach can answer that. I always get the math confused. I always go to Zach to explain it to me, so he'll explain it to you now. Go ahead, Zach.
We're starting from a premise that we're going to have smaller, modern facilities, safer designs. I mean, Rikers design alone is a disaster. There are blind spots everywhere. It requires different staffing than a facility that we're built today requires. We're going to have fewer people in jail because we have to target, as has been discussed, just how long criminal cases are taking in New York City. That has to change. And we have to address just how many people with mental illness, and particularly serious mental illness, are in the jails. Those two factors artificially inflate the population of people at Rikers well beyond what might be considered necessary for public safety. And so we're going to get to a place where there are as far fewer people in jail. And the reality is you combine that much more efficient, safer physical design with having fewer people in jail, you don't need as many staff, right? And so when you look at what works out, is that the operational budget adjusted for inflation, because we're not talking about today, we're talking about when the whole system is in place, that operationally we will save $2 billion a year because of those efficiencies. And we'll also save over $300 million a year on overtime. I mean, overtime is a tremendous amount of spending every year for the Department of Corrections.
What is the staffing now, Zach? Explain.
The staffing now is just under 6,000 officers on payroll. There are budgeted. The budgeted amount is just over 7,000 officers. We are looking at roughly 3,250 officers would be necessary. We're looking at a population of roughly 4,500 people. Right, that's the maximum capacity of the borough system. We're proposing adding 500 psychiatric beds outside the jails. But we're looking at a population of roughly 4,500 people in the system. That requires, it's basically a ratio of 75 officers for every 100 incarcerated people. That would still be tremendously richly staffed compared to incarceration systems around the country. We also foresee having roughly 1,500, if not slightly more, civilian staff there. People who are providing services, people who are providing support, people, social workers, counselors, people that can do the work, some of which is done now by uniform officers, but doesn't need to be, right? This balance of security and services, that you look at that all together, it gets us to a savings of over $2 billion a year, every year, once the system is in place.
And just as an add-on before I open it up to folks, one of the things that we've touched on a few times is about this workforce that is going to need to have a transition, and a really thoughtful, well-planned out transition. We've asked a few times, you know, what are they thinking? We've been told it's too early, but I think it's never too early to start thinking. Do you all have any ideas or recommendations? Are you all thinking about, you know, when the city should start that process of thinking about the workforce that will be essentially downsized?
Well, the answer is now.
Yeah, I think
Go
it should start now. I think the commission's report has it in there that, you take a facility in Rikers and you model it now, right? You put your best leaders in there, you review post orders, your policies. So you start now so that you can take that success, right? Prove it to staff that it can be done, and then transition that into the new jail, into the new borough jails. So it has to start now.
And so much of this depends on investing and supporting staff. Investing in staff, making sure they have the training, the resources, the day-to-day leadership and mentorship and supervision that they need. Right now, that doesn't happen. It falls apart far too often at Rikers, where people, again, officers are expected to deal with a population with significant numbers of people with serious mental illness without the training, without the support. They often feel like they're out there on an island by themselves, and that cannot continue. Staff need to have something far better.
And the department knows exactly what their attrition rate is, and so they can plan this out. They know when people started, when they're going to hit their retirement, so they can go out 5-10 years with projections about what the workforce would look like. They could even be talking about how many people they need to bring in to maintain or at least manage the current population until Rikers is closed. So there's a way in which the planning can happen right now with the tools that they have right now.
Thank you all. I'm going to give a brief pause. We're going to turn it over to the public advocate, who I think had a statement he wanted to deliver, and then I'll open it up to members who want to ask you all some questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Much appreciated. As mentioned, my name is Jemani Williams, and the public advocate for the City of New York. Thank you all for being here and for doing the work. Thank Chair Nurse and the members of the Committee on Criminal Justice for holding this hearing and giving the opportunity to make a statement. Despite the urgent humanitarian crisis on Rikers Island, it is impossible for the city to meet its legally mandated deadline to close Rikers by the year 2027. This has been an open secret as the Adams administration has sat on its hands for most of its tenure, allowing the dysfunction in the jails to spiral and the death toll to rise. However, the Independent Rikers Commission recently confirmed that we already knew in a report released last month. Though the jail population reached historic lows during the pandemic, and despite the planned borough-based jail's capacity of only about 4,500 people, this administration has facilitated a consistent rise in the number of people incarcerated on Rikers Island every year since Adams took office. This lack of diligence and urgency has compromised the dignity and safety of people on both sides of the bars and has cost at least 38 people their lives. The blame for this city's imminent failure, we have to be honest, to meet its deadline cannot be placed solely on Mayor Adams. But at the same time, there's no exoneration from the direct and clear failure to put any systems at all in place to move forward this deadline. The pandemic contributed to a backlog of court cases, and a wildcat strike in upstate prisons has forced the city to hold people in jail past the dates they were supposed to be transferred to state prisons. At the same time, there's a clear lack of urgency from this administration to decrease the population and ensure the city is hitting the benchmarks it needs to close the jails on time. Efforts to obfuscate the abuse and dysfunction in the jails and to shirk transparency and accountability, including through dubiously legal executive orders to get around city laws that the mayor doesn't like, have exacerbated the suffering on Rikers Island. It is clear that there must not only be the physical construction of new jails, but a radical cultural shift to prevent the recreation of Rikers in each borough. An example the mayor has thus far failed to set. While it is impossible to put any numerical value on a person's life, the crisis at Rikers has cost the city in many other ways as well. Holding one person in jail costs $400,000 annually. Closing Rikers Island, transitioning to the proposed borough-based jails will save the city $2.2 billion annually in operating and overtime costs. The closure of Rikers Island must not only be an investment in infrastructure, the new jails themselves, but in people and communities. Rikers Island is currently the largest provider of mental health services in the city, I believe in North America, and this is neither appropriate nor practical. The city and state can decrease the number of people in jails by investing in an expanding mental health treatment and services, both inpatient and in the community. While the mayor likes to blame changes to the state bail reform for recidivism, the city is divesting from programs and services that help people successfully reintegrate back into civilian life, and recidivism has been a problem long before the state's bail laws were changed. In addition to this report from the Commission, several pieces of legislation are also being heard today. Resolution 371, co-sponsored by Councilmembers Hudson, Nurse, and myself, calls on the state legislature to pass S6643A and Assembly 9115, which would provide eligible incarcerated individuals with a monthly stipend upon release from a state correctional facility. A person released from incarceration is immediately faced with expenses, including housing, clothing, food, and acquiring identification documents. This is a relatively inexpensive, tangible way that we can ease the transition from incarceration back into the community. The Independent Rikers Commission report makes numerous clear and direct recommendations to lead the city back to the path to close Rikers as soon as possible, though after 2027. I want to focus here on accountability for this administration that has failed to meet its legal mandate and how we can avoid another mayoral tenure, be it under Eric Adams, hopefully not, or someone else, of inaction and negligence. We owe the families of those whose lives have been taken by Rikers Island that much. Thank you.
Thank you, Public Advocate. Councilmember Narcisse, do you have a question?
Yeah. Good morning, and thank you, Chair, for putting us together here, and thank you to all of you for being here. One of the things that I want, and as being a nurse for so many decades, I have learned to triage, right? So what we're talking about right now in our Rikers in jail there, people have mental illness. What's the percentage that you know of people that have mental health?
57%.
57%. So for 57%, right? So I think the board, Jomani just mentioned that public advocate, it takes about $400,000 a year to jail someone over there,
more than
right?
400, yep.
But for the model that you're talking about, how much that will cost to have someone in a home-based jail? How much that would cost per year?
Are you referring to like supportive housing?
Yes, supporting housing, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, supporting housing.
Supportive housing is around $55,000 a year.
$55,000 a year. So we can save so much money, and yet we can spend much less to house someone, right? I'm totally in support housing, because supportive housing is a place where people can be, you can be a person, and I truly believe is inhuman to put someone with mental illness in a jail system. We have to learn to triage that, right? And we can compare. We know the world, we're not living in a bubble. If you look at places like Norway, the percentage of people, but they're based on the rehab process. They don't base on just putting people in jail, but they want people to come back to society and to be a human being. And I thank you for describing that. Being a nurse, working with folks, visited Rikers, one of the things that I walked out with is how inhuman it is for us to continue this process. So I'm saying that the money-wise is penny-wise, dollar-foolish. If we put people, we can rehab people and put them back in society. So the other thing, the question I have for base jail, so I want to know how you foresee it. Like, do we need a structure to oversight? Because one of the things that I have, if you're watching yourself, you're grading yourself, I'm not gonna know the true grades. So do you see that having a structure to oversight even supportive houses and as well as base jail?
Well, I think
community-based jail.
The jail system has an oversight body right now, the Board of Corrections. Mm-hmm. I believe the Board of Corrections need to have additional authorities to truly be oversight, and I think that is before the Charter Commission right now in terms of what they've been hearing from the community. But that is the oversight body, and they need more authority to be truly an oversight body. When it comes to supportive housing is not a new thing. We have done study after study, and one of the most impressive studies is a program called FUSE, Frequently Users of Services, right? Mm-hmm. People who psych shelters and jails were placed in permanent supportive housing. They did a 10-year study, Corporation for Supportive Housing, and showed the impact supportive housing had on people who were high users, and high users meaning they were in both systems at least 3 times or more over the last 2 years. The number of people who did not go back, the number of people who remained stably housed, the number of people who remained connected to communities, the numbers are phenomenal. And so it takes investment and leadership, and that's what the Commission is calling for on all 12 of the points of recommendation we have in the report.
Do you think that for psychiatry bed that we're talking about, for most serious folks that have mental serious illness, I don't know how much you think approximately for a bed. Did you do that research to see how much it will cost to even for the person, like say for a serious mental illness?
How much does it cost as opposed to incarcerating
Yes.
them? I don't know exactly. Zach, have we done any studies? I can't believe that medical help is going to be more expensive. It's going to be less expensive. How much less, depends on the particular situation. But certainly the most efficient economically is not to throw people in an incarcerated situation with all of the inefficiencies that go with it, rather than putting them in a place where they get a psychiatric bed that helps them to get healthy. So it will be decidedly less. Exactly what, the amount, we'd have to do some studying on that.
So even the most serious one, I can assume that it will be cheaper.
Even the most serious one would be cheaper, in my views. I don't think there's any doubt about it.
So we have to be smart with spending.
get the follow-up.
So I want to say thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. You know how I feel about people that have mental health in the Rikers. So thank you.
Then we can follow up and try to do a cost comparison. Councilmember Caban, and then Marte.
Thank you, and I just want to thank the Commission for your work. I want to just spend a few seconds on the women's population. We've talked about overall what percentage of the population struggles with a mental health diagnosis. We also know that the large proportion of the population struggle with different forms of disability, which also can be criminalized and inflate that incarceration rate. But can you tell me about the percentage of women and gender-expansive folks who fall under the category of being survivors of domestic and gender-based violence?
Do we have the numbers on that, Zach?
Yeah, the estimates are well over three-quarters or so of the women.
Three-quarters. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. And I think that's also telling about when we talk about, the social harms, the trauma, the conditions that people are experiencing, and how they're ending up in a jail rather than in a healthy supportive
We
setting.
think a substantial number of the women don't belong there altogether to begin with.
Yeah. In fact, other municipalities and jurisdictions have been able to decarcerate all of their women, which is, I think, something that we should be striving for. I also obviously have read the different key proposals, and there are things that we can do budgetarily and legislatively, but I want to ask you some questions. Do you agree that also policy, particularly executive policy, can drive incarceration rates up or down?
Yes. I think if you look at our report, three of the buzzwords that we use are urgency, will, and policy support. So we absolutely believe that that's the case.
Yeah.
Focusing on it's all of a piece. You're having no one who focuses on it all the time, so policy is all over the place instead of being, driven by a sense of urgency, a sense of will, and a sense of devising something that's going to have the desired result.
And in terms of executive policy in particular, again, in addition to building out that continuum of care infrastructure, what roles do DAs play in your proposals and also overall plans to decarcerate? And what different policies that are coming from the executive, namely from the mayor's office, do you think are currently driving up incarceration rates that could be shifted?
I can only talk to you about the case processing situation that includes the DAs, the defense, the courts. Part of the court's initiative, Judge Wilson and Judge Zayas' initiative, is to get all the players to stop pointing fingers at each other and work together to have meaningful court appearances, meaningful trial dates, meaningful conferences, status conferences, to get them working towards moving that population down. I think I mentioned it before. We believe it is not overly ambitious to think that you can reduce the population by at least 2,000 people. And we have it broken down in the report, I believe, Zach, by the particular, how we get to that number, right? So we think this, with they're nearing 7,000 now, or wherever they are, it is not unrealistic to think that they could get to 4,500 or so. Remember, as Stanley mentioned before, driving down incarceration and driving down crime are not mutually exclusive. It was the New York City miracle 20 years ago, getting rid of the 20,000 people who are in our jails, and at the same time bringing crime down.
Crime rates and incarceration rates have never been directly correlated, by the way. And I know that you guys know that, but I think it's important for the record. I practiced for a minute before doing this job, and I think, in terms of roles for the DAs, some of the things that we're seeing on the executive level, I'm wondering if you think this is part of the issue, is bumping up cases involving crimes of poverty just because you can, right? Those Berg 3 bump ups, those petty thefts that then become burglaries, and that not only delays cases,
Right.
but also has bad outcomes.
But let me give you an example. You take a DA like DA Gonzalez in Brooklyn. I worked with him, with a number of other people, on his 2020 initiative. We said, let's change the way we think about the cases. Instead of saying that to his DAs, listen, you get the highest punishment you could get. Instead, look at that case and say, what is the highest justice we can get? So you have to change the thinking, and individual DAs, have different views, and the people elect them. But there are ways you can change the thinking that results in some of the things you're talking about, that result in keeping people in jail for longer periods than they need to be, if at all.
Chair, may I have like 30 more seconds to close?
30 more seconds.
Thank you. Another very quick example is I can't tell you how many times I had a case where we got letters from doctors saying what would be the best outcome for a client, and unfortunately, the prosecutor and the judge did not follow what was best medical practice with somebody who has a documented mental health or substance use disorder history. And so, it begs these questions of why are these people playing doctor and allowing them to be incarcerated? So something for us to think about, and then just anecdotally, just understanding the spectrum and range of people struggling with mental health issues. We immediately think of people with SMIs, but there are a range of people who are actually managing their mental health fairly well most of the time, and then because of the gaps in our infrastructure, fall into a place for a period, and in that small period get caught up incarcerated, and it just blows their entire maintenance plan away.
The courts also have a role in this. I know my successor, Judge Wilson, is very into saying we've got to look at court cases as problem solving, not just punishment. What is the problem? How can we be helpful in getting justice? And what's the consequence for the individual person of that court case? Not just how many years are they going to get. How do you solve the problem? How do you help people? And don't just look at it as numbers on a board.
And what we've seen over the years is partnerships from some of the DAs. I think in the budget hearing, almost every DA came here and said it is important to fund alternatives to incarceration. They understand that you can't mass incarceration your way into public safety, and public safety doesn't equal mass incarceration. And so we've seen over the years an alignment with district attorneys who are saying we need to have the supportive services. For example, DA Bragg in Manhattan has implemented a court-based navigator program. He looked at our data and he's seen people getting released, cycling through. We are now, Fortune Society's now in that courtroom, doing arraignment, being available, picking up people, placing them in housing. And what we've seen in the early numbers, the numbers look very successful. And so we now are at a point where we're not in argument with the DAs. We are lining up because the DAs understand public safety is going to take all of us.
Thank you. I'm going to give it to Councilmember Marte and then Councilmember Stevens.
Thank you for being here, and I want to say thank you for saying that we do need a czar. We need someone who
absolutely.
full-time is talking about, working on, even during their sleep, dreaming of how to close Rikers Island and how to facilitate all these conversations.
I can't tell you how frustrating it is not to have someone like that, because your talker goes in this year, out the other, and the next week you're talking to somebody else. You know?
Yeah. My question was more about the thought process and the scope of work that went into this commission.
Sure.
One specifically complaint that I get in my district representing the Chinatown jail is
I know the complaints you get. We've got them too.
it's the cost and the timeline. And so my first question is, have you looked at alternative sites that could be purchased to renovate to minimize the population at the Chinatown site or the construction at that site? The one specifically is the MCC, which is just around the corner here, which sits vacant and is currently decommissioned.
You know, it's such a complicated, the ULURP process is so complicated, and we've looked at all the sites, and you're dealing with the different administrations. Remember, we've dealt with 2 administrations on this thing, first de Blasio, you know, and now Adams. We have looked at alternative sites. I mean, there's no easy answers for every. And believe me, we've listened to the Chinatown community. We get it. We have Randy Ang, who's one of my former colleagues in the court, an Asian American who, you know, calls me every day to tell me about what the community is telling him. And we've tried as hard as we can to figure out, is there a realistic alternative that would not take another 20 years to find and build? Because remember, we've gone through this, I don't mean this terrible, this amazing ULURP process, which could drive any sane person crazy, you know, to try and get to the point where you approve something. So I think the issue is, and I'm very familiar with this problem, Zach is even more familiar, he gets more complaints than I do. We've done everything within what we could do rationally to try and figure out an alternative, whether it be making it smaller, putting it in a different place, changing the whole configuration. And I guess my answer to you is, and I understand that you represent that community and you get more complaints, many, many more than we do. We did our best with it, interfacing with the council at the time, with the mayor at the time, with the present council, with the present mayor, to make it make sense. The only thing, and I think I indicated in my remarks earlier, what we've tried to stress is, if you're going to wind up with a jail that doesn't have, you know, the majority or total support of the community, where you have a lot of uneasiness about it, for God's sakes, at the very least, invest in that community, in and around that facility, because we know from doing survey that jails don't hurt real estate values or communities just because they're jails. If they're done right, if they're sensitive to the needs of the community, if we invest around them, I think we can do a lot to mitigate so much of the unhappiness about a particular site. So I don't have the perfect answer. I know in that particular community, I mean, I grew up near there. I know that area. I know that community. I'm very sensitive to it. I wish I had a better answer for you, but certainly invest in the community in that area and do everything we can to listen is the best answer I can give you, and the investment is critical.
All right, thank you for that response. My second question is, I know this report came out before our president announced tariffs across the world, and have you been able to modify your estimates for the cost of the creation of the jail now? You know, at least the Chinatown one was over $4 billion as of February. Have you guys been able to monitor how tariffs are going to affect the total cost of the project?
It's a great question. We haven't, because you know it changes every day.
Sadly, right?
So try and figure that out. It's not an easy thing. I guess we're going to keep an eye on it would be the best answer. But, you know, it's a world in flux, and those kinds of issues and how the impact is. But you really have to follow the fine print, because it goes back and forth every other, literally every other day. But we're going to be keep a very close eye on that very impactful issue that affects everything and everybody, including this issue that we're dealing with.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
While we're on that subject, before I pass it to Councilmember Stevens.
You're not going to ask us about tariffs more, are you?
Maybe. Depends on how it goes. Just in terms of what you mentioned in your testimony and what's in the report about
Sure.
expediting the completion of the borough-based jail.
Yes.
I think, at least from the council's point of view, I think we're all reckoned already with the reality of getting those up online. I know that you all have mentioned the additional evaluation that could happen, the
Yes.
design build. DDC has talked about that extensively. Can you pinpoint specifically where you're seeing this 1 year
Yeah, we can.
expedition?
Right.
Expediting.
Yeah, it's the design build concept where we think they're a little bit off base, and we've been telling them this for years already, that you could do two things at one time, particularly with this design build process, that you can do the work on the outside of the building while you're finishing the design of the inside of the building. And you don't have to wait till all that design work is finished before you start, building. And it's like we're knocking our head against a wall. What's the explanation, Zach, as to why that can't be done? Is there a rational explanation? I mean, I don't get it. To me, 1 year at least can be lopped off.
Well, many people here have said their former professions. I was in construction, so I hear what you're saying, but when it comes to a complex as big as these, with a lot of different subcontractors and things like that, I guess I'm curious to understand, who informed on that in a real kind of detailed way to help you all come to that conclusion.
Yeah, Zach, go ahead.
Well, I think the answer is the city. That we've had discussions with the Department of Design and Construction. We've had discussions with other professionals, architects and construction professionals that are actually part of the commission too, and really tried to bring as many voices in. But I believe the Department of Design and Construction can answer that. And the reality is that this is a possibility that can be done. It's done. This process the judge is talking about simultaneously starting construction while you finish design, is something that the Port Authority, for instance, does routinely in and around New York City. Is not something that is unheard of or new or novel in any way. It would be something relatively new for New York City, because this is the first real big design build process they've done. Okay, so let's learn from our colleagues, let's learn from other agencies, and let's put in best practices. And that's what we've been advocating for all along.
Thank you so much. Okay, Councilmember Stevens.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you guys for being here and all the work that you've been doing. One of the things I just wanted to highlight, and I guess get some feedback from you, is I'm the chair of Children and Youth Services, who oversees ACS, and no one is talking about the rising numbers in juvenile detention center, which is going to affect, when we're talking about a decarceration plan and what that would look like long term, right? When we have rising numbers in the secure detention, and we're talking about how do we get the numbers down at Rikers. And so for me, I'm just like, we have to do this work simultaneously and be making sure that we're preventing it, because we know once young people get in here, it becomes a revolving door around recidivists. So I wanted to, just ask really quickly around what your thoughts around that is, and then how do we work together to make this part of this larger plan, because it seems very isolated and no one seems to be talking about it other than me. So definitely want to see how we can work together a little bit more around that.
Stan?
Yeah, I thank you for that, Councilwoman Stevens. You're absolutely right. We tend to as a city, focus on the thing that's most in front of us. And what's most in front of us right now is mass incarceration, public safety, but we're forgetting that there's an upstream to that, and the upstream is our young people. And so we need to, while we're not addressing that in this report, we need to, as a city, make sure that we have our eyes on both. If we see youth incarceration going up, we need to be able to respond to that and allocate resources and supports so that we could prevent young people from going into those systems. And for those young people who are in those systems, we need to be developing the same strategies we're developing for people in the adult system. How do they come home? How do they reconnect? Many of them,
and also how the families are being affected.
That's right.
A lot of them are it's generational. So, you know, for me, it's like we can't look at this in an isolated way. I'm always like, how do we look at things holistically? And it just seems to be that this is not part of the conversation when it actually really needs to be, because it's kind of fueling the system. And so definitely, obviously, this report is needed and necessary, but that is my one critique, is that we are not addressing some of the root causes that I think
that issue comes up periodically with certain fixes like the Raise the Age movement and all the different, legislative proposals. But I agree with you that we don't focus enough on that end of the problems. You never get to all these adults who are in there if we had focused enough at the front end.
Yeah,
and
I say that all the time. If we invest in our young people on the front end, we won't be investing on the back end. And we would, and listen, financially, we would save the city and the state money. And so it just does not seem like it is one of the pushes. It's like, okay, I get it. We can walk and chew gum at the same time when we're talking about, the incarceration industry and also how do we prevent it. And so, would love to think about how do we continue to work together to make this a focal point of it, because it often does not seem like it is, and I often feel like I'm over here by myself fighting uphill about it. And when we're talking about closing Rikers Island, if we're not talking about how Horizon is currently at the same time expanding, it just seems counterproductive.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I think, working with nonprofit organizations like Fortune and working with individuals is also working with families. And I'll give you a quick example. This work for me is generational work. I went to prison, my sister went to prison, my brother went to prison, all three of us. And when I got out and I changed my life, I wanted this work to be a generation. I didn't want my kids to have to believe that, like I believed, that the path for me was jail and prison. And thank goodness, my 4 kids, they are not in jail. They have not been involved in the criminal justice system other than my oldest son for a moment. My grandchildren, I want my grandchildren to go up to think about college as their pathway, not Rikers, not jails, and not prisons. So while we are not directly talking about it, I can tell you as a service provider at Fortune, when we work with individuals who have families and we work with those families, we strengthen those families. We prevent young people from going into jail and prison because they have parents who have survived jail and prison, and they have parents who have the resources and the strength to help them build the life that they envision for themselves. So I agree with you. While we need to talk about it and we need to invest in it, there is a way in which we could collectively understand our work, that our work is not about the individual, it's about the generations that have been impacted by mass incarceration in New York City.
100% agree, and I just, for me, which is why I think it was important to even bring it up in this conversation, but moving forward, when we're talking about the system, we need to talk about it in entirety. And like I said, looking forward to working with everyone moving forward, but this has to be a part of the conversation because we're gonna be in the same situation, if not worse, in 10 or 15 years, when I'm hearing that the numbers for young people have like tripled with around gun arrests and all these things. So how are we making it part of this plan moving forward? And yes, I do know about the organizations doing generational work, but it's not up to them, it's up to the city to make sure this is part of the plan and conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Stevens. So just a few more questions.
Sure.
And then we're going to take a little break. I wanted to give you an opportunity to comment on the preliminary budget. A lot of what you all put forth here really doesn't happen if we don't have the resources. We've already talked about we need the dedicated staff and team focused on it. We also need a consistent, sustainable stream of resources for the organizations, for the providers, for the capacity within the city agencies to do it. So are you seeing any red flags where you think we're falling short that you'd like to comment on?
Well, let me just in the broader strokes say that we're absolutely delighted that you actually you know, as you said, read all 123 pages and listened to what we're saying and put so much of what we recommended into the budget. Are there red flags, Zach? Are there areas where need to be, haven't been addressed?
Well, I think the council certainly understands the investments that are necessary, and that is echoed in the budget. I think the reality is that all the stakeholders are going to have to play their part. To make this all work, it's going to take everybody. And of course, you know, you're looking at potential budget cuts for reentry programs and alternatives to incarceration. Right? Those are things that we need to have, I think, the right thinking about, which is that we need to invest in what's proven, what's data-driven, what works, and what actually impacts safety and gets better outcomes. Remember, we're in a situation right now where 1/3 of people released from Rikers are back there within 1 year. Not just rearrested, but reincarcerated. Clearly, the current path is not working safety-wise and for human beings and for crime victims. I mean, it's something we talked about before. We surveyed crime victims. We did focus groups with crime victims. What they want is to make sure that whoever harmed them never harms anyone else again. And the investments they want to see do that, they want accountability, but they want far more than jail. They want investments in people. They want investments in treatment. They want investments to make sure it never happens again. And those are the types of things the council is highlighting and we think are absolutely critical.
But we
to
also
move
need
forward.
money in the state budget, right, to complement what comes out of the city budget?
That's absolutely right. I mean, for instance, Governor Hochul has proposed in her budget funding for 100 additional psychiatric beds.
And they know that's not enough, but at least 100 is in there.
Right. It's a down payment on what we need. And just very briefly, last year there were almost 900 people who were in Rikers at some point who were so severely mentally ill they couldn't comprehend what was happening in court. Those are people that should be in state hospitals. They should not be in jail. But there are not enough state hospital beds, and so they sit at Rikers for months and months and deteriorate. It's led to deadlocking, which the council has been pushing the department on, where people are locked in their cells because officers don't have the background, the training, the experience to grapple with people with such serious illness, don't know what to do, and are reacting poorly, very poorly. And the result cannot continue. The governor is starting to step up and putting funding for 100 beds. We need a lot more, but it's a real start. We need investment across the state and the city to make sure we do this better. And again, it is pennies on the dollar relative to Rikers. Right? The return on investment that we get for Rikers every single day is atrocious and cannot be allowed to continue.
I was going to ask you about state, any advocacy you all are doing with the state. You've addressed that. I guess I just want to give you all an opportunity to, if you want to close out with anything else that we haven't touched on today.
I think you've touched on a lot.
Yep.
And I would just go back to what I opened with, that what's needed here is urgency. You've exercised the leadership. Look, you've made our report relevant, that someone is listening. But the urgency, the will is so essential. You've allowed this to drag, and, without pointing fingers, but that this thing is dragged in a place that every day shows us this violence and misery, and to have now be seeing it as X number of years further down the line is inexcusable for the city of New York. So I want to emphasize just that each and every day, and I know, Madam Chair, you recognize that urgency, particularly because we've been speaking to you about it for so long. Urgency now, push. The leadership of the council is absolutely critical, and that's the only thing I'd add. Because we've touched on so many of the issues, and again, I'm not just patting you on the back. I mean it. The collaboration that we've had with the council, the leadership that you've shown, is absolutely so important. But from all of us, we need to do more. And I've told the commission, our work is just beginning now that this last report comes out. And I'm afraid to say, so is your terrific council.
We have a long way to go.
Yes.
I think we're lucky. The city is lucky right now, and actually put into place people who care about this issue. Enough people in this council want to see things happen. We understand what it means to feel unsafe. We understand when we have family members who are impacted by the justice system, who are not being treated the way they need to be treated, who don't have places to go, who don't know how to navigate just basic healthcare systems. So we are committed to that. And it's great to see the organizations, the service providers, many of the district attorneys, the public defenders, the Judge Zayas, met with us last summer. We are doing our part. And so we do need that partner on the other side of City Hall to work with us.
It's a pleasure when we meet with Speaker Adams, with you, with the council members, to not be pulling teeth. It's the opposite. Where you're coming in, and, you're the biggest cheerleaders. You have intelligent questions. How do we move it even further? And it's a pleasure. But for you and for the commission, we just need to see this through. We just need a push, push, push.
Well, thank you all. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here, for giving your time. We are going to close out this panel, do a quick, maybe 5-minute break, and then we'll hear from, I believe, Makje. I also want to acknowledge Councilmember Ayala, Deputy Speaker Ayala on Zoom. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Our pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Okay, folks, please have your seat. We'll be starting. Please have your seat. Thank you.
All right, we're going to start back up. Okay, so good afternoon. Thank you all for being here, and for those of you who were here earlier, thanks for being here earlier. We're going to hear from a number of agencies. We have Deanna Logan, Director of MOCJ, Craig Retchless, Deputy Commissioner of HRA, Eduardo Del Valle, I'm so sorry, Deputy Commissioner for DDC, Chelsea Chard, Senior Advisor for Legislative Affairs and Policy for DOC, Alexandria Maldonado, Assistant Commissioner for Strategic Initiatives for DOC, Jeanette Merrill, and Senior Assistant VP of Communications and External Affairs for CHS. I don't think I missed anyone. So I have here, well, go ahead and swear them in, but I do have in that a couple of you all have a 6-page long double-sided testimony. And I don't know if that's something you're planning on reading, but 6 pages might be way too long, double-sided for the amount of time we have, so I'd appreciate if an abridged version could be done. Thank you.
If you could all please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and respond honestly to council member questions? Okay, noting for the record that all witnesses answered affirmatively, you may begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair Nurse, members of the Committee on Criminal Justice. Thank you for the invitation to speak here to the Mayor's administration, Mayor Eric Adams. I'm Deanna Logan, the Director of the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. Joining me today are colleagues from the Department of Correction, DOC, Chelsea Chard, Senior Advisor for Legislative Affairs and Policy, Alexandria Maldonado, Assistant Commissioner for Strategic Initiatives, the Department of Design and Construction, DDC, as we call them, Deputy Commissioner Eduardo Del Valle, and Correctional Health Services, Jeanette Merrill, Assistant Vice President of Communications and External Affairs. We are the partner agencies working tirelessly to achieve our administration's commitment to close Rikers. MOCJ employs innovative strategies grounded in data as we collaborate with multiple stakeholders, including our partner agencies, to deploy solutions that address our city's public safety challenges. We thank you for prioritizing our shared goal of replacing Rikers Island with a network of smaller borough-based jails that are aimed to better serve all New Yorkers. We really want to be clear. We want to do it quickly, we want to do it efficiently, and we want to do it thoughtfully. We want to do it in a way that protects people in custody, correctional staff, and the neighborhoods that we all call home. When we started this initiative together several years ago, we knew that it was going to be hard work. And we sit here before you today to tell you that each and every one of us collectively is doing that hard work. Fundamentally, closing Rikers comes down to 3 commitments for us: building the state-of-the-art safe and humane jails, eliminating unnecessary incarceration at the Department of Correction, and supporting reentry strategies to end recidivism. The city recognizes it must meet these 3 vital commitments before Rikers can close. We understand the challenge, and we're determined to meet it, and we're up to the challenge. Thank you for the opportunity to share more about the work that supports these goals. This commitment to closing Rikers' success depends on the construction of state-of-the-art jail facilities that supports the safety and well-being of the people in custody. But that's everybody: correctional health staff, correction officers, and DOC staff, who will be the ones that experience the facility every day with the individuals that are also in custody. These new facilities will be safer, they're gonna be modern. Most importantly, they're gonna be closer to the families and the communities from where the people come. It's not just about the buildings, it's about fundamentally transforming how we approach incarceration in our city. These borough-based jails will allow for more individualized care, better access to support services, and subsequently foster a more successful re-entry, which ultimately means we're gonna improve lives. As the Lippman Commission report acknowledged, DDC's utilization of design-build strategies is maximizing efficiency and saving time. By allowing for site prep and foundation work prior to design completion, this means that the design-build teams meet daily with their partners across the city to find new efficiencies and to tackle challenges that arise. And later this spring, they will issue a notice to proceed for the creation of the 4th and final new jail. DDC also initiated robust community engagement in partnership with the Department of Correction, which will continue for the duration of this program. It is important outreach that guides both what our buildings will look like and how we get there. The city is making significant investments in infrastructure as well. We continue to bring us closer to realizing the endeavor's capital needs. We know construction is a disruption, and our neighbors, I'm a neighbor, I live in Brooklyn, so I know what that disruption really feels like with that borough-based jail. But we're all working to balance speed, safety, adverse impacts on the neighborhoods, and our fiscal responsibility to taxpayers. The Lippman report underscores the importance of our outposted therapeutic housing units initiative, which will create secure clinical units within 3 New York City health and hospital facilities for people in Department of Correction custody who have serious medical and/or mental health conditions, and those individuals will benefit from the better access to hospital services and resources. In March of 2024, Mayor Adams directed the city to move forward with all 3 sites in order to best serve the most clinically vulnerable people in custody. The administration added $160 million in fiscal year 25 September capital plan and $32 million in the fiscal year 26 preliminary capital plan for the construction of these 3 critically important units. This administration invested $910 million in total for capital construction. We appreciate the Commission's transparency and candor in acknowledging there is no way for Rikers to be closed by 2027. The original expectations were predicated on pre-pandemic timelines, and for numerous reasons, they are unattainable today. However, this reality does not change our commitment to the mission or how fast or how hard all of these agencies sitting before you are working to get to that goal. Public safety for all New Yorkers is the goal of our administration. It's the approach to addressing the concerns on Rikers, including our efforts and investments to meaningfully reduce the number of people who are incarcerated. We don't want anyone to spend one more day in jail than necessary. We are grateful to Judge Lippman and the Commission for acknowledging the administration's hard work and for recognizing we are already making substantial progress in our goal to reduce the Rikers population through programs like supervised release, reentry, and alternatives to incarceration. As a matter of fact, when we walked in today, we saw many of our partners who work with us to give those services to the communities we serve, so that the jail is not the only option to maintain public safety. We agree with the Commission's assessment that reducing delays across the criminal justice system is key to reducing the jail population. MOCJ is working with our partners in the court system as well as the defenders and district attorneys to speed in Brooklyn that we understand is showing promising early results. The Office of Court Administration plans to implement the new process in courts citywide in the next year of thousands of individuals from Rikers every year. The individual assessments and supports help people navigate the criminal legal system and improve both their compliance and long-term outcomes. Research and data are critical to developing the kinds of interventions that will allow people with higher needs and with higher risk of recidivism to remain in community either as they await case resolution or after resolution of criminal cases. Research on the populations allowed MOCJ to develop and implement an intense case management pilot. It's a rigorous supervision model within our overall supervised release that has lower caseloads, higher levels of voluntary engagement. Early results demonstrate success in improving compliance for individuals most at risk of failing pretrial supervision. In addition, the jail population review mandated by Local Law 75 of 2023 helped MOCJ's research team uncover trends and specific groups that support our understanding of who is on Rikers Island, for how long, and how we can prevent entry of individuals or the return of those who have already been incarcerated. While DOC's jurisdiction to reduce the jail population is limited to the city-sentenced individuals on Rikers pursuant to state correction law, the department repeatedly demonstrated its commitment to reducing the population consistent with public safety. Commissioner McGinley-Liddy exercises her authority pursuant to Correction Law Article 6A by carefully reviewing the conviction, criminal history, and conduct in custody of individuals sentenced to incarceration on Rikers. For each participant, the Department of Correction works with nonprofit partners to develop customized transition plans that include stable housing and employment. In this way, DOC provides opportunities for city-sentenced individuals to finish their sentences in community, allowing for a more seamless transition. Ending the cycle of recidivism is crucial to reducing the jail population. As part of our efforts to support individuals after incarceration, MOCJ contracts with community-based providers for in-custody discharge planning and in-community reentry services, job training, and employment. For every person in the Department of Correction custody, Correctional Health Services provides core reentry services, including Medicaid screening and application assistance prior to discharge, and provides individual discharge plans for patients who have significant clinical needs, including all patients receiving mental health treatment. Patients who have serious mental illness are offered additional services, including case management services. Housing is a key component of a successful transition from incarceration into community. MOCJ provides transitional housing with the goal of connection to permanent housing. For so many of our justice-involved individuals, Stability translates to safety, both for them and their communities. Mock-J research found New Yorkers whose previously unmet housing needs are satisfied are over 30%, just want to make clear, 30% more likely to not to commit a felony than someone who returns to community from jail without housing support. As part of this hearing, Council introduced several bills, and Mock-J and our partners in the administration, including our sister agencies impacted, are reviewing the bills. We look forward to discussing those bills and understanding more about the specific goals of the bills, how we can work together to achieve those objectives. We invest in people. All those investments pay dividends through safety and well-being for all New Yorkers. The Lippman Commission report acknowledges what the administration has been saying for a long time: Rikers cannot close by 2027. We are asking the Council to work with the administration to amend the law to provide a more obtainable timeline. In addition, given that we agree closure of Rikers is not achievable by 2027, we collectively have a duty to ensure continued habitable facilities and adequate services for both staff and people currently in the Department of Corrections care. This cannot be done without an amendment to the law by Council, which will unlock emergency capital funds that can be used for this critical purpose. Failure to do so will jeopardize all those that must remain on Rikers Island until we can safely close it. The continued partnership of the courts, Office of the District Attorney.
Can you just get a little more bridge? We're at the 15-minute mark.
Yep.
Thank you.
The continued partnership of the courts, Office of the District Attorneys, Office of Public Defenders, and state government is also vital. We are moving in the right direction on case processing, but every person in these organizations has a role to play, and each one of them can help push this mission forward. Let us reiterate that we will close Rikers Island. This is tough work, but we are making progress every day. We will continue to the finish line by working together thoughtfully and by continuing to commit to evidence-based solutions that are already making a difference: alternatives to incarceration, supervised release, transitional housing, and with renewed commitments from all of our partners in the state, the courts, offices of the district attorneys, and offices of public defenders, we all want the same results: a justice system that is fair, jails that are humane, and a New York that's safe for everyone. Thank you for your partnership in this pursuit.
Thank you. I believe we're going to have some testimony from Craig, our commercialist. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Nurse and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice. My name is Craig Retchless, and I serve as Deputy Commissioner for the Office of Supportive and Affordable Housing and Services, OSAS, within Human Resources Administration. Thank you for holding today's hearing on examining recommendations from the Independent Rikers Commission's Blueprint to Close Rikers. Today I will testify on Introduction 1100, which would expand supportive housing eligibility for justice-involved persons. Supportive housing provides permanent affordable housing for individuals and families who have experienced long-term homelessness or who are at risk of homelessness. Supportive housing provides a continuum of integrated services to assist vulnerable individuals and families transitioning from homelessness, especially those with severe mental illness and substance use disorders. Proven results show that supportive housing fosters greater stability, self-sufficiency, and overall improved health and mental health. Approximately 94% of available supportive housing units are occupied by long-term tenants. The Office of Supportive and Affordable Housing and Services is focused on developing permanent housing solutions for individuals and families who have experienced homelessness. OSAS works closely with other divisions of HRA, partner agencies, and not-for-profit service providers to develop new housing programs and to refer applicants to housing so that those we serve can achieve their maximum functional capacity in a safe, supportive environment. OSAS is coordinating entry for New York City's 1515 Supportive Housing Initiative, working closely with the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene and the Housing Preservation and Development, HPD. Introduction 1100 would require the Department of Social Services to provide eligibility for single adults, adult families, and families with children where the head of household has a severe mental illness, substance use disorder, or both, is homeless or at risk of homelessness, and has had justice system involvement in the last 12 months in any existing supportive housing program administered and wholly funded by the city, otherwise known as New York City 1515. The bill, as it's currently written, presents significant concerns. This overly broad criteria would create even more demand for limited available units essential to stabilizing homeless individuals on the streets or in shelter who meet the experience of chronic homelessness as defined by HUD and have limited options for housing security. New York City, through a government and community-led stakeholder group, adopted the HUD definition for New York City 1515 program to focus on the most vulnerable of the homeless population. As research suggests, this targeting helps communities solve chronic homelessness. At the same time, many of the applicants for supportive housing from carceral settings are eligible for supportive housing initiatives other than New York City 1515. And given the existing resources for this population, DSS feels advancing this legislation as written will likely overwhelm the referral system and negatively impact those most in need of these supportive housing resources. In an effort to address the housing challenges faced by individuals experiencing housing insecurity, as well as stays in both the criminal justice and hospital systems, DSS recently issued an addendum to the New York City 1515 RFP to expand supportive housing eligibility to single adults with jail or hospital stays who otherwise would not qualify under the HUD chronic homeless requirement. The new criteria targets individuals with a history of 2 or more incarcerations or hospitalizations and 180 days of homelessness within the last 4 years. The new eligibility criteria will take effect on May 5th, 2025. DSS HRA DHS will continue to work with stakeholders to improve mechanisms for referral and placement for those SMI SUD individuals being discharged from jail to homelessness. Although we cannot support this bill in its current state, we will look forward to working with the council and the bill sponsor to address the agency's concerns. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. So I think we're going to start primarily with questions for MOCJ, then we have some for correction, and then CHS. I think I got an update this morning on the update on the points of agreement that you all did very late in the evening last night. You know, we thank you for that. It would have been nice to have this much earlier on so that we could discuss it and have a conversation before having this hearing. So it's really, you know, it's not really giving the feeling of partnership. So, you know, this is the first update we've had in 3 years on the points of agreement. I think we've repeatedly requested updates, so Like I said, thanks for the update last night. We'll have a chance to look at it, but when do you plan on updating the online tracker?
That actual points of agreement that you have, and I do hear you, Chair, apologies for the late delivery of the points of agreement. The actual document that you have will be updated as an addendum online. We are working to have technical infrastructure updates in order to be able to update the physical tracker that is currently online.
Okay, so you're saying next week? Is that what you're saying?
The document that you have in front of you should be an addendum on the same page that if you went to look for the points of agreement, that document is now
As an
accessible.
addendum, okay.
The actual tracker system that was built originally is we need actual technology and engineers to fix that so that we can input the information in the actual tracker.
Okay. I think the council is hoping to expand the report to include updated funding elements and commitments. Is that something that could happen?
Yes, happy to work with the council to see how we can update the information and make it a much more usable document.
The status update for the points of agreement to expand and fund supervised release and other pretrial services, and increase ATI funding to reduce the number of people serving city sentences as much as possible, and the enhanced reentry and discharge planning services available to everyone leaving jails, and the expand correctional health services, discharge planning, and reentry services for people with serious health needs leaving city jails. They're all noted as done with ongoing work. Can you tell us what done with ongoing work means as a assessment statement?
Currently, all of the agencies, Correctional Health, MOCJ, are working to ensure that those services are being delivered. Ongoing work means that as we're delivering the services, we are continuing to assess them and figure out where we can and should be adding additional pieces. For example, when we talk about supervised release continuously assessed, realized that there were individuals who were still failing in supervised release. The majority of people, 80%, doing fantastically. 20% of the people were struggling. And as we looked at that, what did we need to do? We worked with our partners, especially those that were delivering services, to identify not only the criteria of the people who fell into that bucket of people who were struggling, but what they and we, based on the data, thought needed to happen for them. Hence, the intensive case management that is now another portion of supervised release. It's a pilot program that essentially looks at those people that are struggling the most in supervised release, and we created a clinical type model of study, which means that there are individuals who meet the criteria of struggling. Those individuals are then picked up on treatment days, and other people are not. So it is the same as a drug trial, for lack of a better term, where some people are getting the actual drug and some people are getting the placebo. And we are seeing very promising results with the individuals that are being cared for in a smaller caseload with clinicians who have significantly more training.
Okay. It would be helpful to see some of that in numbers in terms of, done with ongoing work. How has it been expanded by the numbers? I understand you're saying the people it wasn't working for, but showing, not just done with ongoing work, but here's how we've specifically grown, here's how many people we've been added, here's the capacity we've added to make this program move forward. Because when you guys are saying done with ongoing work, to reduce the number of people serving city sentences as much as possible, the number has increased since the date of the last update on here as of late last night. So I think it's hard for us to have a genuine conversation here and actually for you all to put and tell New Yorkers how we're doing when we're just getting this update last minute. So I guess it's just like, how are you saying done with ongoing work when we're seeing people with city sentences increase, where we're seeing cuts to a lot of the programs that I think we all agree need to be enhanced and expanded for reentry, for getting people on track for discharge planning. We're seeing 8.9 million cuts in ATI, 8 million in cuts to reentry. I'm just not understanding how it adds up to done with ongoing work.
As all of the agencies across the city, we had to participate in the program to eliminate the gap, which is across multiple years. Across the multiple years, we were successful in this year of making sure that we were providing services. We worked with our partners at OMB to make sure that we had the resources in order to deliver services to the number of people that needed to be served in fiscal year 25. As we go forward, we continue to have the conversations with OMB about how we are moving forward with programming. We do understand that the program to eliminate the gap still has to be put into place in order for the budget to be reconciled and passed. And so we continue to have those conversations as we move forward.
So at the preliminary budget hearing, you all promised to give us a list of providers who would be affected by those cuts. Do you have a list today for us?
Those would be our reentry as well as ATI providers.
Yes, do you have the list?
I can tell you who the providers are, but we can send you a full list of those providers. I thought we had. On our reentry side, we would have Fortune, Osborne, all of our reentry network, Center for Community Alternatives, FedCap, Housing Works, Staten Island Justice Center, Urban Youth, Bronx Connect, Women's Prisons Association, Youth Justice Network, John Jay Institute for Justice Opportunities would be some of the providers.
Okay. It would be helpful if you could provide the full list and how exactly we expect these cuts to affect them. Is it in terms of a reduction in the number of people they're able to serve? Are they going to have to fire staff? Are they not going to be able to hire staff because now they're looking at begging for funds to fulfill their programs? So I know that you probably want to have more funding for these programs, but it just feels like we're not making progress if we're stuck in the cycle of not having service providers know that they have guaranteed funding to do the work that they need to do. So if you could get, there's enough people here, maybe you could get someone to get a list for us today. That would be extremely, really helpful. I'm going to open it up to some members for questions to Mak Jay. And I also want to acknowledge Councilmember Ressler. You have a question? Great.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair Nurse, and for your leadership on this critical issue. And I want to thank the members of the Littman Commission 2.0 for their hard work and smart suggestions. I'm just going to say it very plainly. Eric Adams very obviously does not care about the closure of Rikers Island, because it couldn't be clearer based on his record of 3 years in office. Unlike Rudy Giuliani, Michael Bloomberg, and Bill de Blasio, who each saw significant reductions in the Rikers Island population, Eric Adams has seen an increase of 34%. There's 1,836 more people sleeping in the hellhole that is Rikers Island today than there was at the beginning of his term. And I don't think that anyone in this administration has done a good job at advancing the plan to close Rikers Island, both from a substantive standpoint of how do we reduce the population and move the borough-based jail plan forward, and how do we work with the communities where the borough-based jails are being built. I have to say, as the council member who represents the Brooklyn Borough-based jail site, I have been extremely disappointed by the Department of Design and Construction, Commissioner Foley, Deputy Commissioner, the entire team, by Mak Jay, by DOC, by DOT and DOB, and of course the incompetent team at City Hall, by the lack of coordination and consideration for my community. You all are doing jackhammering until 5 o'clock in the morning every single night. Your after-hours variances and the work that you all do goes until midnight every night for the next 5 years until this jail is completed. And when we ask for having a conversation and working on accommodations, because this is a dense urban area. We were the one community out of the 4 that embraced the jail plan and said we wanted to work with the administration to find good solutions. You all have ignored me. For 2 weeks, I've asked for a damn meeting and haven't gotten a response. Have gotten the most inadequate and inept responses from this administration, from DDC and City Hall. This is not how you work with communities. I am so freaking pissed. When there's jackhammering until 5 a.m., when there's loud construction going on till midnight, you're not working with us to address reasonable concerns. You're just doing whatever the heck you want. And you're doing a crappy job. The demolition process was awful. I heard from city officials they'd never work with the demolition vendor again because they did such an awful job. And it hasn't gotten better. When is this administration going to start working with my community to try to make this construction project work? We've had more development, more housing built in my district than any other district in New York City for 15 years. We are accustomed to development. If there was a private developer that acted with such disdain for my community, the Department of Buildings would have shut them down. But of course, because this is a City Hall priority, you just do whatever you want. Whatever you want. So the goodwill that existed in my community for this plan to try to make this work, it's gone. It's been eviscerated. It is out the door. People are pissed. Families can't sleep. Literally, no one can sleep because there's jackhammering until 4 and 5 in the morning. Every night. It's crazy. So I care about the closure of Rikers. I want it to move forward. But instead of having a real conversation with me about these are the trade-offs that we can make if we adjust construction timelines, we don't get any response at all. And there's no planning at all from MOCJ or DOC. There is not one parking spot for a police official or for a fire official to bring people in and out of the arraignment court. Not one parking spot. Do you know what that means for traffic in downtown Brooklyn when there's not a single designated parking spot for police or fire to take people in and EMS to take people in and out of our courthouse? What kind of ineptitude? It's been 2 years that we've been asking for solutions and we get nothing. I am so disappointed in all of you. I thought that the people who were working on this project actually cared about it and wanted to work respectfully and considerately with my community, and I've gotten nothing. So I don't have a question. I just want to say I'm incredibly disappointed with each and every one of you for how this project has been so poorly mishandled, and you'll be hearing more from me and my constituents.
Do you all want to offer a response to the council member? Or an acknowledgement of the community complaints, any steps you've taken?
As Councilmember Ressler knows, we're happy to have conversations. We will continue to have the conversation and schedule.
I've asked for over 2 weeks, the commissioners of DOB, DOT, and DDC, and City Hall for a meeting to address the 5 a.m. work, jackhammering at 5 a.m. It was stopped for 1 week, and then you restarted it without calling me or my office or anyone in the community, putting it out in a bulletin and just saying, tonight we're going to start jackhammering until 5 a.m. again. That's your level of communication and coordination with my community. On a project like this, we actually have to work together. And if I get responses at all, it takes far too long, and they're mostly inept. So I'm just incredibly disappointed with the caliber of the work that you all have done here. If you think this is going to be bad in Brooklyn, where the people wanted this, where we were supportive, just imagine what you're going to get in the other communities that have been fighting these jails every step of the way. You have mishandled this so badly that you are just entering into a total hellstorm in every other neighborhood that has been opposed to these jails. I get non-responses. I got an email from the Deputy Mayor for Operations this afternoon that says nothing. Nothing. It's like an email that's like word salad. That is like, of course we're working with you and we'll look forward to meeting in the months ahead to discuss the future of the project. It's like, what are we talking about? I don't even understand who is actually driving this and who's getting anything accomplished and who's working with me, because I'm getting no responses.
Yeah, DDC is here. Perhaps you can speak.
Eduardo, what do you got?
Hi, I'm Eduardo Devaya, Deputy Commissioner for DDC. We do understand and sympathize with the issues that you've raised. We have been trying to work with our city agencies, DOT, DOB, with regards to the permitted working hours. Please understand that we are working within the constraints of the permit. And knowing what those constraints are, and he controls the constraints, we're working with appropriate
When the
parties.
permits were issued, DOT promised us that only loud work would happen until 9 or 10 o'clock at night. But of course, DDC and your contractors have said that you're allowed to jackhammer until 5 in the morning, and you do whatever you want. And I just have to say, the analysis here in this points of agreement update, whatever this is just, if it's not disingenuous, it's an outright lie. The idea that the parking issues are resolved, you cut the parking spots at this jail by 2/3. There's nowhere near enough parking for a fraction of the corrections officers that are working at this facility. You claim that you resolved outdoor recreation space on the roof. There is no outdoor recreation space on the roof. There's a small garden. There's no outdoor recreation space in the jail, right? You guys, the outdoor spaces that you've designed in the jail settings are totally inadequate and are going to make people who have an average length of stay of a year, it's going to be a mental health hazard to not provide access to outdoor space, which is exactly what your design achieves. And you slash so every single Brooklyn update, not every, most of the Brooklyn updates are, if not disingenuous, totally inaccurate. I have not seen this document. I've gotten no updates on the points of agreement that was negotiated by my predecessor on behalf of my community 5 years ago. I worked on the other side of the building when this was advanced. I care about this project, but I'm just incredibly disappointed by how you all have acted. I thought that there were reasonable professionals here who would want to work with our community on reasonable solutions, and it's clearly not the case.
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. And for the record, I got this morning, so none of us have seen it. Councilmember Stevens?
Good afternoon. So I guess my questions for Mock J, let me just get to it. Okay. Many individuals are mandated by the court to participate in ETI programs as a condition of their release while their case is pending. How many people do you expect will be detained on Rikers because they cannot access ATI programs as a result of the cuts?
At this point, we are still working with the partner providers to assess how capacity would be modified. So I couldn't give you a specific number of individuals. We are looking to make sure that...
So as you're doing your assessment, what are you seeing? Because I think that even saying like you're doing an assessment, that means you know that there's going to be some impact. And so even with the cuts moving forward, what is your, I guess, educated perception of what's going to happen? Because
overall, in talking with our partners, we understand that there will be reduced capacity on their part to service individuals. The actual number of individuals that will not be able to meet or provide services for, we don't have that number.
when will you have that number, or is that part of the evaluation that you guys are currently doing? So when would that be? When would that be available?
So that usually comes closer to when council has finished negotiations on what the final numbers are, so that we know definitively with the partners what is in the budget as it relates to services.
So I just want to say this. So I do budgets too, right? And so I just want to say it's always very frustrating when we're here with the agencies when they're like, we don't know, because that's not true. You do know. And so if you have the number already and you know, meaning like if you know what number is going to be cut, you know how many people you're already serving. If the amount is being reduced, you know the number that it's going to be. And so I think that I get frustrated because it just doesn't feel honest, and it feels very disingenuous when it's like, we don't know. You do know the number. We do know the cost. And so I think even when we're talking about negotiations, this puts us in a place where we can't even negotiate for you, right? Like that's our job, to push to get the money for you. And so we do need to just come up with a better system, because as the number is being reduced, there is a number of what we know what we'll be losing because of the price point. And so that's just always my frustration, because that's always the response of like, oh, we don't know. We do know. We do know that this is going to affect us. And the number, because we have the price point. And I'm sure the providers, when they come to testify after you guys leave, they're going to have the number. And so why does the providers know the number and then we as the agency don't? It just does not make sense to me. How many staff at the ATI and reentry provider organization have listed experience, and many even have been participating in their very own programs? How many staff collectively across the provider organization stand to lose their jobs as a result of this budget cut? So do we know how many people will be losing their jobs according to the budget cut?
On the ATI side, we know that right now the shortfall is going to be 8.9 million. How that will be achieved, whether it is actual loss of an individual who is doing the work and or the number of people that are actually served by the work, is going to be by each specific provider as we move forward.
I just want to say to providers, when you come up and testify, just give the numbers because they don't have it. And so we want to have it on record. So when you guys come to testify, you can talk about the numbers because apparently on the city side, we are not doing the analyzation so that we can have an accurate number. So I would love when the providers testify, please give the numbers when you're testifying so we can have it on the record. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit hard to understand how over at least the time we've been here, you've been able to, X amount of dollars has resulted in X amount of people being able to be served, X amount of contracts, but we're not able to walk backwards to say a reduction in that would probably end up in this. I get it, like, whatever, maybe you're not allowed to speak about it. It just kind of feels like a waste of our time. Councilmember Kaman?
Thank you. I'm going to focus this round of questioning also for Mock J. I want to hone in a bit on, you guys named that closing Rikers comes down to 3 commitments, two of them being eliminating unnecessary incarceration and supporting reentry strategies to end recidivism. And you've also named in your testimony that the data supports that meeting housing needs reduces crime and recidivism. And we also heard from the last panel that it takes over $400,000 to incarcerate an individual for a year versus the $55K for a year's support and supportive housing, just as like a base or a framework. And I want to know more about what we're pouring into those commitments, sort of what is the scope of the support based and in relationship to the need. And I'd like to know how many units of transitional housing are currently operated by MOCJ contracted providers, and then also how many people are currently on waiting list for MOCJ funded transitional housing. And then one more, and I'll add more afterwards, how many of those people are currently at Rikers?
Okay, council member, I apologize, but that was a lot of questions of rapid
How many
fire, so can
units
we
are
break them down a little
currently
bit?
operated, being the
So
first question?
we have 1,000 beds in the system.
Okay, and how many people are on wait lists for transitional housing, for the MOCJ funded transitional housing?
In terms of wait lists, there are multiple wait lists because when we're talking about partners, you have
I know that
defense
there's
attorneys, yeah.
overlap, but what's the wait list currently for?
So in terms of our partners, I don't know that they have a wait list. They get the referrals, and as soon as the beds open up, they say, I have a bed. And so the wait list that we know are the DAs will say, we have people that are waiting to get a bed. Defense counsel will say, we have people that are waiting to get a bed. So we know that there is need.
And that, I mean, again, that was certainly my experience when I was practicing, but why isn't there a system for tracking who needs what, so that, again, I don't know how you are able to execute managing these pillar goals without knowing what's needed.
So I think the issue is right now that there is no one centralized institution for here are all of the individuals in New York City that need.
Right. Well, my question is, are y'all working within your agencies and working with other agencies to be able to compile that very necessary information?
We are working to get the best picture that we can. Okay. So it is the way that the way that we do it is that we don't hold all of the PII for all of the partners.
Can you tell me how many people are currently at Rikers who are eligible for and are waiting to be placed into a MOCJ-funded transitional housing facility?
For that, I would ask my partners at DOC or CHS if you know how many people that you have that are waiting for placement.
That's not information that we have today, but we can take it back to the appropriate folks.
Okay. Again,
or maybe we could ask for it to be sent over while we're here. It would be important to know the general size of what's going on in your institution.
We can certainly take it back and follow up.
I mean,
You're not able to call down to someone or text someone and get that number? Is
I'm
that
not sure
out of the
we'll be
range
able to
of
get that in this
options?
short of a time frame, so I don't want to commit to that, but we can,
Okay.
we can certainly
If you could
follow up.
try, that would be helpful.
And just to put a finer point on it, these are data points that like we cannot even attempt to work on solving this problem without this information. A follow-up question is, how many additional housing units do you plan to develop, and when do you anticipate that they'll open?
We are hopeful to have additional beds coming online. We have 800 that are operating now. There were 2 sites that we had to take offline, and we are looking to work with partners to find.
How many do you plan to develop?
At least 2 in the short term, and then we will be looking to see what we can do going forward. We welcome the partnership to be able to find sites in order to be able to expand the network.
2 facilities, but what is that? How many beds does that translate?
Approximately another 200 beds.
Okay. Now, in January, Pix 11, they aired this story about a new transitional housing residence for women and families in the Bronx, and at the time of that report, they said that there were 20 residents there, and there was space for 63 residents. My understanding is that no more residents have been moved into that particular housing development. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay. So there's a facility, only 20 of 63 beds are filled, but the Rikers census is ballooning, and we have heard also that over 3/4 of women on Rikers are survivors of domestic and gender-based violence, and then you add into the mix the percentage of the population with mental health issues, and we can't get those beds filled?
That facility is being transitioned for closure as of May.
Why?
The decision was made based on feedback from elected constituents that facility needed to close.
I don't know how we take this testimony seriously about like you guys doing the work and understanding that there's only 3 really important things, and it's supporting reentry and eliminating unnecessary incarceration, because what I'm hearing flies in the face of that. Chair, I'll pass back to you, but I obviously have other questions. But
I'll bring you back
whenever you're ready.
I wanted to touch on the supervised release recommendation in the commission report. Can you tell us what is the current amount budgeted for the 2 supervised release intensive case management pilots?
The ICM pilots that are operating in Manhattan and Queens?
The 2 supervised release intensive case management pilots. Yes.
Sure. 1 second, I'll get that number for you. It's approximately 9.1 million.
Okay. One of the recommendations is to expand this to about 46 million. Can you tell us tell us about some of the preliminary results of the treatment study group? What can you tell us about the findings of this pilot so far?
During the pilot, we experimented with the number of individuals that could be serviced by different clinicians. Specifically, we looked at clinicians who had experience and the education to deal with individuals of high needs. We started out with a caseload of 11 individuals, and we slowly started to move the caseload up. As we moved the caseload up for each one of the clinicians, reaching a point of 16 individuals per case manager, we realized that individuals were not getting the necessary dedicated services, and we started to lose individuals. So what we know is that providing a very dedicated, resourced case manager who is significantly experienced with dealing with high-risk populations at a level of somewhere between 11 and 15 is the way that we are much more successful in managing populations of individuals that had heretofore been cycling in the system and recidivating at higher rates than their counterparts.
So do you support the investment needed for expansion?
We look forward to being able to move this into other boroughs. Right now, it's in Manhattan and Queens, and believe that it would be beneficial for other boroughs to receive that same type of service.
And just one more time, so between the two pilots, you're saying about 30 people? Or that's about, yeah, 30 people across the two are like
there's
the
1,100
preferred
spots. There's 1,100 spots, but the amount per case,
case manager, yeah.
should be about 11.
11.
Like 11.
Right. Okay. When the council met with Mokje and then Deputy Mayors Joshi and Parker in February, you all agreed to send us a list of new commitments to reduce the jail population. Besides sort of what's updated here, has there been any movement on this? And is there anything you'd like to share with us today on that?
Currently, we are meeting weekly as the agencies in what we have labeled Every Jail Bed Counts. And that specifically looks at every single avenue of reducing jail population, from 6A, CRC, case processing. All of the various avenues that are within city control at the moment are being explored in order to ensure that we can work with the stakeholders to have individuals' cases reviewed so that both defense and prosecutors can agree on dispositions that are non-incarceratory dispositions. We regularly talk with stakeholders. Teams at Mokje talk to defense bar who have raised that they are cases that they highlight for us where they are ready for disposition so that we can go back and work with our partners at OCA and have those cases advanced so that individuals' cases can be moving through the system much more expeditiously. We're working in a macro level of what are the policy changes that we can make in order to reduce population, and we're working in the micro level as to, is there an individual here whose case is ready that we know that the partners have talked, but the date is set for 2 months out? Hi, OCA, let's highlight this one for you. Please advance this case.
And so you all are doing that on a weekly basis with
Correct.
OCA? And then as you're kind of assessing and exploring what actions you want to take, do you expect to have like a roadmap, an action plan that you all will agree upon and be able to produce?
We are looking forward to working with our new first deputy mayor to have that for everyone to know the way that the administration is concretely moving forward on this.
Okay. Any other questions for Mokje specific? Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to shift a little bit now to reentry services. So we know that approximately 74% of the people at Rikers return to our communities. Comprehensive reentry planning obviously is really essential, along with housing, to prevent recidivism. In 2017, it was announced that every person who enters a jail would meet with counselors to assess their needs, to identify vocational, educational, therapeutic community program to support their long-term stability. Is that still a goal of the department?
It is the goal of the administration to have everybody meet with partners, and Mokje, along with the Department of Correction, work together to ensure that we are trying to get everyone assessed who needs reentry services and coming back into community, along with making sure that our partners are ready in community to accept those individuals who have been getting that level of assessment.
So with that as the goal, what proportion of people who are returning from Rikers to our communities are receiving reentry planning?
I have to see how many, I need to get the number of those individuals that we're servicing in terms of who is being seen by partners in terms of reentry services.
Okay. Again, I just, your testimony says you're doing the hard work. You named reentry strategies as critical to this work, and you don't have the information that we're asking for that's directly related to that. This continues to be a recurring problem. I mean, I want to be able to ask, like, what's your plan to ensure that everyone who needs the services actually receives them, but we don't have a number on what your gap is, and I'm assuming if you don't have the number on what the gap is, then you don't have a time frame to fill that gap and achieve those goals, and having those answers seems pretty critical also to the hard work you're doing.
So, Councilmember, just so that we're clear,
go ahead.
In terms of reentry services, those are voluntary. We know that our partners are servicing about 1,500 people in discharges each year. Again, it is a voluntary service. It's not mandated that individuals in custody take that service.
But I'm saying that is it being offered and readily available to every single person that is leaving Rikers?
It is offered to all of the people in custody, and about 4,000 people are overall take those services.
And if it's offered to every single person, when they say yes, are vocational, educational, therapeutic, community programming, are all of those things being given to those individuals?
If they are accepting reentry services, all of that, including substance misuse and mental health treatment.
So you're saying no gaps. Everybody who wants it is getting it.
Everybody who is coming into reentry services, those services are offered. The question of do they actually follow through and get them is a different question.
No, but that's not the question I'm asking.
Okay.
I'm saying everybody who is going out the door and says, yes, I want services, is every single one of those persons getting services?
Again, it is a voluntary service. So
I know, and they're voluntarily opting in. So when they voluntarily opt in, are 100% of those people who voluntarily opt in, are they getting the services?
And I couldn't tell you yes or no specifically because you voluntarily opted in and you walked out the door, you picked up your belongings, and then you went back into community. And then I don't know, and it would be untruthful for me to look at you and say, and then you actually did the next step of coming into the office to get the services that were offered to you. So I can tell you how many people our partners have been able to give services to. What I cannot tell you is whether or not during the time that they're in DOC's custody and the time that they actually come back into community, they followed through on making sure that they went to get the services that they said that they want.
And if they say yes, that they want the services, the current availability of those services could support every single person who has opted in.
To my knowledge, we have not had a partner who come back to us to say, we had people that we turned away because we just don't have the capacity to serve them right now. That's where I am.
I look forward to hearing testimony from these service providers. Can I ask another follow-up on this, Chair?
30 seconds.
Thank you. DOC has recently released an RFP for reentry services. So when do you expect a contract to be awarded, and how many people do you expect to be served under the contract? And also at the same time, the prelim budget would obviously cut reentry funding that goes through MOCJ rather than DOC. So what do you project that the net impact will be on reentry services?
So I can give some high-level information. This isn't work I'm involved with closely on a day-to-day basis, but I do know that we are anticipating making those awards in the coming weeks. We can follow up with the numbers. I know that we do have some projections for how many people we do hope to serve, but ultimately part of this particular process with the challenge-based procurement, the providers are coming to us with their solution, so how the programs take shape will ultimately be up to those folks, but I can follow up with some of those numbers as to what we were anticipating and hoping for.
Thank you.
Okay. I have some questions for DOC. Obviously, we've talked a little bit about the deaths this year. Rikers, wanted to give you an opportunity to share any more information that you can share publicly with us. We haven't had much on the record from DOC in relationship to those deaths. What can you tell us about what happened, what the status of your investigations are, or is each under investigation? And were any of those attributed to missed health appointments or any other breakdown in protocol?
Thank you for the question. I'm sure, as you anticipate, those incidents are under investigation currently, so there's really not much that we can say in relation to the questions that you posed. Okay.
I want to talk about ICE on Rikers, which I know we are in court proceedings. And I'd really like to hear from you all. I know before we've had on record that you all have said you've had conversations about this. So as it relates to operationalizing that, where would you anticipate them to be set up? How many people do you imagine would be staffed on that island? What kind of communication system and structure would you have with a supervising agent? What is the protocol that you all have been talking about, if you've been talking about it in relationship to mobility of ICE agents? I have a bunch of questions, so as honestly, as obligated by the charter as you can, about the conversations you've had and any plans that you know of should this move forward.
So at this point, this matter is currently under litigation, so there's really not much that I can speak to.
Right, but you have testified in the past that you have had conversations. So what were those conversations prior to this litigation that only happened this week?
I can't personally speak to that. I wasn't part of those conversations.
Okay. So you have no knowledge at all. You're under oath. You have no knowledge at all about what any operational plans would have looked like.
I have not been a part of any of those conversations, and again, this
Okay,
matters.
I hope that's accurate. For H&H, we want to talk about the Bellevue outposted unit. Do we have a temporary certificate or occupancy, or no? Where are we at on this?
We do have a temporary certificate of occupancy. The Department of Buildings issued that to New York City Health and Hospitals in February of this year.
Okay, and has DOC received approval from the state?
That stage, no, we have not reached that milestone yet. There's still some punch list items and then a final approval from SCOC, State Commission of Correction.
What are some of the punch list items that aren't ready yet? Have you submitted a staffing plan?
I'll actually turn to Alex.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So we are working with our state partners to finalize our staffing plan for the Bellevue facility. It's something that we are working towards actively along with our partners at CHS. In terms of punch list items, there's security technology, emergency generator work that is still ongoing. The temporary certificate of occupancy allows us to be on site and do transition planning, but until the State Commission of Correction approves the site for individuals in custody, we cannot house individuals there.
When do you all think you'll get through all those items so that they can grant you permission?
We're working again with CHS and H&H to develop an active punch list that incorporates everything and feedback from the SCOC as well as some of the security items that we're concerned about to make sure that, again, this is a safe and secure facility. So we're actively working. We actually have a site meeting tomorrow afternoon to really hone in on how we can operationalize this.
Okay. How many uniformed staff do you expect to be assigned there?
So our initial analysis had well over 200 staff members that we would need, but based on feedback from the state, we are reevaluating that analysis. And again, staffing is a huge concern for the department. We've testified on that before. So what I would say is that we're really trying to maximize staffing efficiencies. So I don't have a number for you at this moment, but it's something that we are working towards because this is a priority for us.
Yeah. I think you all had testified before around 300 people, which we also thought was kind of a lot, excessive, given that we know you have another facility that has less than that, that's comparable. So we'd really love to see, or if you could provide and follow up any detail of your staffing plan that you already have sketched out. Given that we've talked about this quite a while, like I can't imagine there's nothing on paper, or if you have something on paper written down, we'd love to have that in the follow-up this week.
Absolutely. One thing I will share, the staffing is largely driven by the design. And the fact that this is a jail facility that has to have meet all standards by the state and local regulations. So, again, we're mandated, obviously, to provide minimum standards, but we try to exceed those where we can. And so staffing is really driven by that, as well as the nature of the need for active supervision.
Do you not have a site plan?
I'm not sure what you mean, ma'am.
Well, you're saying that your staffing plan is driven by what the facility needs to look like. So do you have most of that?
Well, that's why we had an estimate that was close to 300, right? Okay. Is thinking about that site plan, because we're always on site. In fact, I was there yesterday to make sure that we can properly supervise the individuals in care.
Okay. I'm going to ask, I do want to ask on question for Councilmember Rivera, who couldn't stay for the whole hearing. I know that you testified that in the current form of the bill that was proposed, you couldn't support it. Can you give us specifics on what you would need to support it?
So we did already amend our RFP to include the criminal justice and hospital population. And we feel like that is a good plan, and we'd like to give that a try and continue to work with our partners around, are there further refinements needed? So we are focusing on those that have had criminal justice involvement and hospitalization. And really what we're trying to do is kind of break the cycle of people going in and out of hospital, in and out of jail, to the shelter system. And we feel like our eligibility is a good target on breaking that cycle. And so that is what we would like to stick with, and then also work with our partners if there's any other additional work, like what I mentioned in my testimony on referral and placement challenges.
Okay, sorry, I misplaced Councilmember Rivera's questions. She gave them here, but we have a number of about 460 people, I believe, who would be eligible for supportive housing. What is your estimate number of people who pass through Rikers each year who need supportive housing?
Are you talking about how the proposed law?
No, I'm just kind of what exists as is right now.
Oh, okay.
We have an estimate, I believe, from the 2022 Corporation for Supportive Housing estimated there were 2,589 people in custody. It was a couple years ago, actually a few years ago, who needed supportive housing, but they didn't meet the current eligibility criteria. Looking at just understanding what your numbers are, yeah, and how you're kind of moving through that. But
I have numbers here.
Okay.
So these numbers are based on calendar year for Correctional Health Services approved applications. And so I think that's kind of the best indicator. So in calendar year 2023, there were 1,173 approvals for supportive housing. And then for calendar year 2024, there were 1,042 approvals for supportive housing.
And how many people are working on that? Like how many people specifically screen and work through those applications?
I'd have to defer to Correctional Health Services for that question. All I could say is that they do a very good job in submitting applications and getting approvals from HRA.
Yeah, that is a core part of our reentry work. We have about 50 social work staff who would contribute to those efforts.
And they all are doing the screening application? Or is there like a smaller number that work just on that piece?
We can try to find something more specific, but yeah, the applications that were referenced are these HRA 2010E applications.
Yeah, no, just because that 2010E is a beast.
Yes.
So I imagine having more people on it would be helpful. Okay, I don't know what her questions are, so sorry, Councilmember Rivera. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Stevens for any questions to the OC.
Sorry, give me a second. Sorry, you didn't tell me you were coming. So this question is for DOC. What steps are you taking to incentivize and reward positive behavior by staff and incarcerated people alike? Is there a process by which staff are recognized and rewarded for helpful initiatives to de-escalate and leadership? And are such efforts taken into account in promoting and specializing in post-decision? And what about the incentives for incarcerated people?
Thank you. You may hear me say this a few times. I'm not super closely involved in like the staffing work, but I do know that just generally speaking, we of course have staff recognition programs for our staff, both uniform and non-uniform. And I'm not intimately familiar with the awarded post process, so I can certainly take that back to folks and follow up with more information on that. But I do know that in terms of, when we're looking to promote staff, when we're looking to develop leaders within our organization, of course, we're taking into account their performance and how they're performing on the job and how they've taken in the training that they already have and working within the facilities. As for people in custody, certainly we structure our programs to be incentive-based, particularly for our young adults. But again, I don't want to misspeak for my colleagues, but that is always part of what we are thinking about when we're developing programs, when we're developing, we have certain housing structures that are for particular individuals that may want to take part in specific programs. So if someone wants to go to school, for example, we have school housing areas, and there are incentives built into that, inclusive of just being around your peers to help encourage you to participate in those programs. Those housing structures have been really successful, and we're always looking to expand those and other programs we know are successful. But it is part of foundationally what we consider when we're thinking of any of our programs to support people in successful reentry once they do reenter our communities.
This question is for the Department of Social Services. In a report released in 2022, the Corporation for Supportive Housing estimated that there was about 2,589 people in custody in Rikers in a given year who needed supportive housing, but more than half did not meet the current eligibility criteria for justice-involved supportive housing because city regulation on longer considering them chronically homeless once they were in Rikers for more than 90 days. Do you support the introduction of 1100 sponsored by Member Rivera, who required DSS to expand the eligibility permanently to ensure more people justly involved could be placed in supportive housing? It would not be barred due to the 90-day rule.
So we did address the criminal justice and hospital population that were impacted by the HUD chronic definition, that they would not be eligible otherwise. So that definition allows for for individuals that have either a hospital and or a jail stay within the last 4 years and 180 days in a homeless time. And so that's a much, much lower threshold than the HUD chronic definition, which states that somebody has to have either a continuous homeless period of 365 days or 4 episodes of homelessness with that add up to 365 days. So we feel that the amendment to the RFP is a good solution and target for those that are cycling in and out of hospital and in and out of jails.
So that was a lot of words. So do you support the bill? Because I know you're saying according to the RFP, it addresses some of it, but it doesn't address all of it. And so
DSS does not support the bill as it's written now, but we are happy to, further discuss the bill with the council members. But we also wanted to put it out there that we have addressed to a certain extent the criminal justice and hospital populations that are not meeting the HUD chronic criteria for New York City 1515.
I guess the other question I have, and I guess this might be in general for everyone, and I'm sorry, I'll take like 31 seconds, but just even when we're talking about, as we're thinking about, and like you said, even in the RFP around expanding what that looks like, and so obviously needing supportive housing, how is everyone working together that this is going to be equitably distributed throughout the city? Because my district, as we all know, and the South Bronx and the West Bronx, we see a lot of these and we carry the burden. And so I know there was a question around like a site being closed in the Bronx, and like someone's like, well, why did that happen? Because we have so many. And so what is the plan about making sure this is being equitably distributed across the city and that everyone is welcome to be a part of the community, and what does that look like? Because we obviously need to be expanding this and we need more supportive housing, but we can't keep putting them in the same 5 locations and in walking distance of each other, because we need to think about the burden. So my community, we're doing our part and we are taking our brothers and sisters in. So how are you guys working to make sure that this is being equitably distributed across the city, and understanding that this is a city issue and not just a Bronx issue or specific districts?
So I'll take that one. HRA does coordination with DOHMH and HPD around the New York City 1515 implementation. And so HRA does the procurement. So what we do is we evaluate the proposals that come in under the RFP. And then our colleagues at HPD, they're more involved in the actual siting of programs and the capital that's needed for projects like congregate projects that are being developed in different boroughs, different neighborhoods. And DOHMH is the agency.
So I think I understand the process, but that's not answering the question that I'm asking, because even in that process, it's still not evenly distributed, because often the administration comes back and say, well, this is where it was available and this is where we had space, and I'm almost positive other people have space in their districts. So I'd just love to hear how all of you are working together to make sure that this is equally being distributed across the city and not continue to oversaturate boroughs like mine, who already have high numbers of shelters and reentry programs and all the things. And like I said, these are all my brothers and sisters, but we can't do everything.
I think that what I would say is that we would need, our partner agency, HPD, to weigh in on that in terms of the siting of, congregate programs. But, we are working with them on developing 1515 congregate programs, making sure that they have the service award, which is the services that go to the supportive housing population that will ultimately live in those programs.
Councilmember Stevens, thank you for that. I hear you. I hear you basically saying, I know how you do the process and how you identify spaces and how you do it, but at the end of the day, everything ends up in the Bronx. And that's kind of the same thing that DA Clark says in terms of things in the Bronx. And that is
partly why 2 of our programs are not coming on, because we understand that the Bronx has a lot. And
again, I want to even shout out the Fortress Society, and I know I was pushing back on you guys, but they pulled it because they understood I have way too many.
And so part of what we did in terms of that was to go now and start having one-on-one conversations with your partners, right? And your constituents to say, hi, we need to be able to house people. We need to be able to deliver these services. Let's work together to find places that can actually accommodate and where you will see that we are good neighbors. So we are in the process of literally going around and talking to find places that are not in the locations where we have had an oversaturation of services.
Yeah, and I just want to also point out, because I think we get pushed back. One, it's not about being good neighbors. It is about, even me as a council member, I get the same amount of services that everyone gets, and sometimes less, but I am getting a lot more work to do, and it's too much. And where, we sit here, and a lot of times my colleagues, they'll say, we want more, but then when it's time to have sightings, they're pushing back. And so I am being clear that we cannot do this alone, that everyone needs to be looking in their districts to make sure that if there is space or if there's projects coming in, that they're saying, hey, I've identified a space. Because they are good partners, but I just cannot do it all. And myself and Salamanca and Perina, who we have oversaturation of not just these programs, but all the shelters that come in, we cannot do it all. So in the same way everyone is pushing back saying, we want to loosen things up, we want to see supportive housing, I need members to also do the same work to make sure that they're finding sites in their district to house these folks because they're part of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, and we welcome your sending members our way who are the ones that are ready to do that work. I do want to just clarify, because my team did send me the answer to your question in terms of specific numbers. On the reentry program to eliminate the gap, the team is anticipating, as of talking to partners, that it will eliminate 1,105 discharge planning slots and 1,569 community intake slots, if that goes forward.
Thank you. I mean, that's obviously not good. Thank you.
Thanks for chasing down that info while we're here. I wanted to ask one more question about the jails, and then I don't know if you have any final questions. You got a few? Okay, so my question, Lippman says you guys could do it a year faster to build these jails. You guys say no. Who's right, who's wrong, what's in the way? Tell us in detailed and simple terms why you can't or why you can.
So the BBJ program is the nation's most ambitious, complex, and challenging design-build capital program of its kind, period. There's none other like it. And what we have achieved to date in the public sector is truly remarkable. Deployment of design-build enabled us to deliver in record time, for example, the Queens Community Center and the 600-plus parking garage. And so that was our first City of New York design-build project. And so it was delivered in less than 2 years, which by any measure, public sector, private sector, is outstanding. We completed design development for the Brooklyn facility within 10 months. 10 months, design development completed. It would have taken us 3 years under the traditional design bid build delivery method. And even as construction documentation was still being completed for the Brooklyn facility, we fast-tracked and started foundation work 16 months after the notice to proceed was issued. 16 months after the NTP was issued. Again, unheard of. Had this project been delivered under the traditional design bid build method, we would still be in the design phase. Now we are doing foundations. So we are
Are you saying that you already, the timeline you've got right now, that's already built in?
That's the point that I'm making.
That's the savings you've already accounted for.
We are doing design as we do construction. We're fast tracking. Now, I would also point out that, of course, we have a responsibility to be stewards of these capital projects and minimize the risk exposure to the city. Rushing a design-build process will expose the city tremendously on these multi-billion-dollar projects. So we must be prudent.
Can you outline some of those risks? Like, give us a high-level risk that you're worried about.
For example, if we were to start foundation work before we got all of our SCOC permits, that's SCOC is an entity, the State Commission of Correction, that not the Port Authority, not other public agency who's doing design build in this country needs to deal with. We must secure approvals from SCOC on the construction documents.
That's one of them. What's another risk?
That's huge, because if we proceed with construction without SCOC approvals, and SCOC comes back and says you need to change X, Y, and Z, that's the exposure to the city. Changes are money. Change orders are expensive.
I understand the magnitude of that approval and jumping the gun on that. Is that the main risk, or is there an, okay?
Well, there are others, right?
Okay.
If we, for example, fast track the construction of foundations before we reach, come to terms on the GMP, the guarantee maximum price, and we cannot for some reason reach that GMP with the design builder, we have already started construction of foundations too early, too prematurely, we are exposing the city now to the costs associated with those delays. If we don't come to terms with the design builder, we'll have to go out to bid again and solicit a proposal. That will simply delay it even more. So those are the kinds of risks that, again, with all due respect to my colleagues in the commission, have not been properly assessed.
Thank you for that information. Councilmember Kamal?
Thank you. These questions are for DOC. I want to go back to sort of the commitment to reduce the census on Rikers. And there is currently one of many issues, but there's an issue with non-movement of individuals that have been given state sentences, right? And so, like, as the example, you might have a client who's about to hit their minimum 1.5 to 3, whatever it is, and they have served the majority of that time as a city sentence, and then they're not meeting with parole because they're not being taken upstate. Understand the situation with the upstate officers, and that the state is saying, well, we don't have the capacity to handle these transfers. State sentence clients can't be processed for their state sentences while they're in city custody. So we have this dilemma here. How are y'all addressing that?
Hi, council member. It's that actually falls in Mock J's.
Oh, then great.
purview.
How are y'all handling that?
In terms of coordinating, once we identified that this was going to create a logjam on the city side, Mock J reached out to our state partners to start explaining to them what was going on. So DOC custody management, as well as defense providers, would identify the people for us, and state has been working with us to take those people. So as much as everything has been shut down, where there are individuals that are within DOC custody that are meeting that criteria of essentially being ready to go, they are taking those people who are going to be essentially released by that capacity.
Now, there's definitely still a significant backlog, and I understand that you're saying that you're sending names, but have you thought about the state sending down somebody or some bodies to set up an office on Rikers to cut that off? I mean, you can give them the space that is being offered to ICE.
Well, I think, not wanting to speak for our state partners, I do appreciate that there was a very public termination of 2,000 personnel, and that they are reorganizing themselves, and so they are coming to pick up individuals that are identified that are ready to do that processing from correction custody to move them through.
But in the scenario where there is a staffing crisis, you cut out the need for a lot of staff to transport, to take them to by having the state set up shop within Rikers? Would you guys pitch that? Would you be good with doing that?
And it's one of the things that we have not discussed, but I don't know why we couldn't discuss it with the state.
So will you discuss it?
I will definitely raise it with the state.
Okay, great, thank you. And now I want to shift over and get an update on something that we've talked about at several different hearings. So obviously last fall we heard these terrible reports about deadlocking, where officers were locking seriously mentally ill people into their cells for days, weeks straight without access to medical care. We heard that already, that people who were already very ill were deteriorating further. Some people were awful things. Some people were smearing their cells with feces. They included some people who were stuck at Rikers waiting for state hospital beds to open up. There were reports and reasons given by DOC that ranged from like assault on staff to somebody involving somebody with a serious mental illness, or simply to being looked at strangely by an individual. So my question is deadlocking still occurring? And what steps have you taken to make sure it doesn't happen? Are staff receiving any additional training or support? And has there been changes in staffing ratio or supervision levels in the mental health units where the deadlocking took place?
Thank you for the question. So I would start by saying that, as the commissioner noted, we referred this immediately to DOI for investigation, and it is still under investigation with DOI. Shortly following that, there was issuance just to reinforce that it is not our policy. That's nothing within our policy. Staff are not supposed to be doing that, and written directives were issued to reinforce that policy. Certainly the commissioner made it a point to ensure that all leadership are informed in that and reinforcing it all the way down, as it's never something that, that's not something that should be occurring under policy, regardless of whatever situation may arise.
And what's the status of the investigation currently?
I know it's still with DOI. I can follow up. I don't know anything more than that.
Okay. And you've made it clear that the commissioner has said, hey, this shouldn't be happening. Beyond that, are there specific steps that you can articulate around like preventing a recurrence of these practices? Beyond just, hey, we're saying don't do this. Like, are there additional trainings occurring? Are there different kinds of monitoring? Are there CAT plan? Like, what else is being done?
So I haven't been involved closely with that work, but I do know that part of the messaging going down to leadership, right, is so that everyone is reinforcing that message. The commissioners also testified that leadership at all levels are supposed to be touring the facilities on a regular basis, looking for those things, reinforcing any issues that are coming up. And so when I say leadership, I don't just mean executive staff, I mean supervisors who are within the jails. That message was reinforced very strongly, so they should be monitoring for that and correcting or reporting any instances that they see. I don't know if our partners at CHS have anything else to add.
Sure, just anytime there's an access to care issue, our staff are instructed to communicate that to their supervisors, and generally CHS and DOC work at the facility level, and then if they need to escalate the issue, they can go to leadership, including our CHS operations team, which works closely with DOC.
Okay. And my last follow-up on this, Chair, is just that I hear that you're saying we've made it clear this can't happen, it shouldn't be happening. We're also acknowledging that this is involving people with SMI, and so there's a number of people who have experienced this that really should be in hospitals. And so, like, what is the status of the work being done to allow any 730 clients to go to any hospital that has beds, because it is very, very clear that leaving people who have SMI on Rikers is just a complete and utter disaster.
So I don't want to suggest that the practices described reflect the care that's provided on a PACE unit. The PACE unit is the highest level of care that we provide on Rikers. We have psychiatrists on unit, we have nursing staff, social work staff come on. So I don't want to suggest that what was described is in any way indicative of how we...
I wasn't making that particular connection, but just the fact that, like, we've seen on multiple different fronts from multiple different people testify here today that jail is not the place for somebody with an SMI, nor is any correctional officer ever going to be equipped to take care of a person with SMI. And so, like, what are we doing? And this is specific to 730 clients, but even others that haven't been 730'd or haven't finished that process that have an SMI. Like, what are we doing to get these folks off of the island quickly and into hospitals instead?
So I think to start with the SMI population, so I thought you made a good point earlier when you said that, there's sort of a spectrum of need and function among people who have serious mental illness. That's certainly true of people in the community, and that's true of people in jail. So we really provide a spectrum of care on Rikers that can be more like an outpatient basis where people can be housed in general population, receive their medication at the clinic, and also meet with counselors all the way to these PACE units, which are more intensive. But certainly not everyone who has serious mental illness needs to be hospitalized.
Absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, so I think that,
but they don't need to be in jail either, is my point. And so, like, I understand very, very well what the PACE unit is, what the requirements are, what the care that's provided there is, and this is a hearing about the closure of Rikers, and it just seems like anybody diagnosed with an SMI is in a really, really good position to actually be getting mental health care rather than punitive incarceration that is actually proven to be deleterious to mental health. And so my specific question is, like, what are you doing to get people with SMI off the island quickly, way more quickly?
Sure. So I'll go back to start with the 730 population that you mentioned earlier. So there is a wait for state Office of Mental Health beds. So I think we currently have 186 people who have been found unfit to proceed with trial who are waiting on Rikers. So I understand that the state has recently opened up additional psychiatric beds. We also, have a state proposal actually to provide jail-based restoration services in PACE units or potentially in outposted units, but that requires a state change. In terms of patients who have mental health needs, serious mental illness, we do have a clinical court advocacy team that serves as a resource to defense bar, and we also provide information to attorneys about our patients with patient consent, patients who have serious mental illness. But of course, it's up to the courts. Courts need to be amenable to release people, and so ultimately, that is for defense and prosecution.
Thank you.
Okay, those are our questions. Thank you all for being here. I think this is our first time with Mock J. Would really have loved to have that information earlier. In the future, if we do this again, it would be just appreciated for that consideration so that we can have a productive conversation and not one that, we're coming from a space of being a little pissed off. Sorry, just to be honest. And the same with DOC, we're going to ask every single time the same questions. We've been doing it for a year and a half. We ask about the same topics. So please send someone who can speak to all the topics next time. We really appreciate that. And thank you all for your time.
Yeah. Thank you, council member. And if you could actually just tell me some of the criteria that you talked about offline that you want us to add in.
We'll send that over today.
That we add it in so that we can then get it to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to open up for public testimony, and while folks are transitioning, I'm going to remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes, just because there's an event later here today, and they're going to try to push us out of here soon. You'll have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic and the legislation being considered. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. Okay, so first up in person, we have Helen Taylor, Lily Shapiro, Tiara Labrado, and Lauren Velez. All right, you want to start from left to right? Okay. Yep. I'll give some consideration. No problem.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to say how much supportive housing means to me. Again, good afternoon. I'm grateful to be here. I left my apartment, my supportive housing apartment, to be here with you this afternoon, and I want to share why this apartment is so very important to me. I want to share why other people who have been incarcerated, like myself, need to have access to supportive housing. Having my apartment, the very first apartment I have ever had in my life, has made a difference in my life today, because this is a step closer to fulfilling my mission to live a better life. It's not just a place to live. I have a tremendous amount of support in my existence. My humanity is acknowledged. I am a part of a community. There are people that check on me. My birthdays are celebrated. When I had the COVID, people went out and bought me groceries, plus so much more. Getting my apartment and working with such wonderful people at the Fortune Society allowed me to go from hanging out and sleeping in the park to performing in Shakespeare in the Park. Yes, that's right. The Creative Art Department at the Fortune Society connected me with the wonderful people of the Public Theater. And the next thing I know, I'm acting on stage at the Delcourt Theater in Central Park in front of thousands of people watching me every night. When not too long before then, I had to sleep and seek refuge in a public park. My apartment allowed me now to only be in the park when I want to perform, to practice, and to sit on a bench and listen to the birds. I am grateful for this apartment and the people at the Fortune Society. You really saved my life, and I am grateful that I am able to reach out and give back to those who are in the situation that I was in. By advocating for more people to have access to supportive housing, I hope the City Council will pass Intro 1100, make sure that this becomes a reality. My story should not be unique. I'm certain everyone should have access to supportive housing, access to the life they want and deserve to live, a life of dignity. Thank you. Love is love.
Thank you for coming to testify. That was lovely. Thank you.
Tough act to follow. But good afternoon, Chair Nurse and members of the committee. My name is Lily Shapiro, and I'm Policy Counsel in the Fortune Society's David Rothenberg Center for Public Policy. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about the urgent need to pass Intro 1100 to expand access to supportive housing for some of the most vulnerable people in New York City, some of the most stigmatized people in New York City who deserve access to supportive housing. We serve over 13,000 individuals annually, and every night we house over 800 people in our emergency, transitional, and permanent supportive housing. Yet upon intake in fiscal year 24, 22% of our new participants reported being homeless. We all know that supportive housing is a proven solution to homelessness, mental health challenges, and justice system involvement, but there are thousands of New Yorkers who are on Rikers for lack of housing, leaving Rikers and returning home from prison each year, who are blocked from accessing the city's largest supportive housing program due to restrictive eligibility requirements because it unnecessarily follows the federal definition of chronic homelessness. And this is a big problem because the average length of stay on Rikers, the overall average length of stay for people detained pre-trial is now 269 days. Anyone serving a state prison sentence has been incarcerated for at least 1 year. We must do better because 33% of people entering our jails are unhoused at the time of admission. 21% have a serious mental health diagnosis, and it's very important to note that this is worse for the women on Rikers, 35% of whom have a serious mental illness. Every year since 2015, 41 to 54% of people coming back to New York City from our state prisons are discharged directly into our shelter system, 41 to 54%. Intro 1100 offers a clear solution, and housing developers, including Fortune, who want to provide housing to these people, cannot rely on NYC 1515 as a primary or even secondary funding source. Passing Intro 1100 is not about overwhelming the system. It is about building a fair one. I'm almost done. The problem is not too many people in need. The problem is too few resources, and we can and must fix that without continuing to exclude some of our most vulnerable fellow New Yorkers from a potentially life-saving resource. Thank you so much.
Wow, Lily, I don't know if I can follow that either. You and Ms. Helen, I don't know what to do. What am I even doing here? Hi, Chair Nurse and members of the committee. My name is Tiara Larada. I'm the Policy Director for the Supportive Housing Network of New York. We are a membership organization representing the nonprofits that develop and operate supportive housing across the city. Sometimes I like to go off script, but I am going to actually really read my testimony here. One, we'd like to thank you and the committee for your commitment to addressing injustices to current and formerly incarcerated New Yorkers through your JISH investments, closing Rikers, and the legislation being heard today. I am also here in strong support of Intro 1100. New York City has the power to redefine what counts as chronic homelessness in our own programs, and we are choosing not to. That choice has real human consequences. As Lily just spouted off all of the data, every year thousands of New Yorkers leave incarceration with nowhere to go, and many are homeless before they are jailed. But because they were held for over 90 days, their homelessness status resets, disqualifying them from supportive housing. That is an arbitrary number, by the way, 90 days, set by the federal government. That's not just a technicality, that's an act of exclusion, and we're paying for it twice. First, in the cost of incarceration, and again when people are forced into shelters to prove their homelessness. And let's be clear, jail is not a home. As you've heard all day, the cost for incarcerating someone on Rikers is about $400,000. That's a costly and traumatic institution. And you've also heard firsthand from Ms. Helen how stabilizing supportive housing is, stabilizing and cost effective. Under NYC 1515, the investment, because it is an investment, in a single adult is $17,500 for services and somewhere about $2,000 a month for rent. That's just about $41,500, or up to $55,000, if you also heard. And I know I'm running out of time. And let's also be clear, I just want to mention that the proposal and RFP addendum that was introduced by our HRA today is still very exclusionary and will force people into homelessness instead of capturing their vulnerability pre-release. Supportive housing currently has 46 different eligibility criteria, now 47 according to HRA, across 19 different programs overseen by 8 different government agencies. It's already too hard to access, and instead of pretzeling ourselves into all of this different eligibility criteria, we need to actually be flattening eligibility and making it easier to access. And we also cannot use scarcity as a justification for not allowing people into supportive housing. We need to invest. Okay, thank you.
All right, my turn. All right, Madam Chair, Nurse, and council members, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of passing Intro 1100. My name is Lauren Velez, and I'm the director of the Metro Region for the Corporation for Supportive Housing. We're a national nonprofit that works to reduce homelessness in communities across the country by helping to provide deeply, permanently affordable housing with wraparound services. My testimony today is focused on people in New York City who have significant behavioral health needs and are often cycling between jails, prisons, shelters, and street homelessness. We're asking the city to expand access to supportive housing for justice-involved populations by passing Intro 1100. You've heard a lot this afternoon about how critical it is for us to identify and invest in pathways to stability for people leaving jail. 1515 is the city's primary supportive housing program, and it has aimed to create 15,000 units over 15 years for individuals with serious mental illness and/or substance use disorders. Despite being wholly city funded, we are following an outdated and frankly ineffective federal criteria requiring over a year of homelessness, over 12 months of homelessness, and categorically disqualifying those who are incarcerated for 90 days or longer due to a clause that counts institutional days of 90 days or longer as breaks in homelessness. Jail is not a home. That is not a break in homelessness. It's not a place meant for ongoing habitation, and these barriers exclude thousands of individuals exiting Rikers, prisons, and other carceral settings, preventing access to stable housing and undermining the program's mission. We know that length of time of homelessness is not the only or even best predictor of vulnerability, and expanding eligibility is crucial to ensuring that 1515 will serve those who need it most. Instead of promoting access to housing upon release from carceral settings, 1515 current eligibility criteria forces folks leaving jail and prison into shelters to generate time as homeless just to meet chronicity criteria, perpetuating the cycle of homelessness and overstretching already, all right. I'll skip forward. The resolution put forth by HRA will barely make a dent in the need for housing for those leaving jail and incarceration. It also lumps together those in jail with folks that are in medical and psychiatric settings, while we know that their respective experiences are incomparable. It should also be noted that based on the most recent LL3 report, which captures entry into supportive housing, only 24 people referred from jail were accepted into supportive housing. New York City's leadership commitment to closing the jail on Rikers Island by 2027 takes steadfast and consistent investment in community-based organizations. More than 50% of the people that are currently detained in Rikers have a mental health diagnosis, and hundreds of people languish on Rikers every day simply because they are homeless. Investments in adequate housing and services will allow our city to have proactive resources before people interact with the criminal legal system. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. For those folks coming up, the reason why we're holding to 2 minutes is because they're going to kick us out of here at 4:30. So we want to hear from everybody, so I'll try to hold it. So if you're coming up here, maybe just take a quick review of the written word. See what you can submit in written form. Okay, Joshua Varner, Brianna Said, Joseph Soto, Barbara Beard. I said Barbara Beard, Joseph Soto, Brianna Sade, and Joshua Varner. Okay. And whichever one of you wants to begin, you can begin when you're ready. And just make sure to turn on the mic.
Good afternoon, Chair Nurse and members of the committee. My name is Joshua Varner, and I am justice impacted. My interaction with the Department of Correctional and Community Supervision started in 2005 when I made a bad decision. I had to pay my debt to society by serving 3.5 years. Upon release, I was given $40, which wasn't enough money for food, hygiene products, and train fare. I felt lost. I had no plan, no place to go, and no idea how I would survive the upcoming days. I immediately started thinking with the same mindset that caused me to make the mistake in the first place. However, if I had received financial support, I could have focused on rebuilding my life rather than just surviving. I was sent to Ward's Island Men's Shelter, and fortunately, over time, made amends with the mother of my children and moved in with her. At first, things were okay until the burden of another mouth to feed took its toll on her, placing me in a situation where a decision needed to be made. I expressed lack of income to my parole officer, and she gave me a referral to the Center for Employment Opportunities, also known as CEO, which is an organization that helps lighten the weight of some of the barriers justice-impacted people face upon reentry by providing employment support. I enrolled in CEO and started working at transitional job sites, and although the daily pay has helped, it wasn't enough considering my children's needs, household needs, and my personal needs. While I am responsible for my actions, I know the path may have been different if I were given adequate financial support upon release. The financial support that this bill provides will allow returning citizens to secure their basic needs, like those I've mentioned above, such as transportation, job attire, food, and overall necessities. In closing, to change the current system, New York must innovate beyond the outdated concept of gate money and create a legitimate reentry support program. I ask this committee to pass the resolution to call on the state legislature to pass the reentry assistance bill. By addressing income insecurity directly, we can diminish recidivism and enhance public safety. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, Madam Chair Nurse and members of the committee. Thank you for an opportunity to speak today. My name is Barbara Beer, and I'm the Policy and Organizing Associate at Center for Employment Opportunities, the largest provider of reentry employment services in New York State. We serve people on parole and probation supervision in Albany, Buffalo, Rochester, and New York City, with the focus on those facing the greatest barriers to instability. CEO strongly supports Resolution 371, and we thank Councilmember Hudson for introducing it. The resolution urges the passage of the Reentry Assistance Bill, a smart, evidence-based policy that would provide $425 per month for 6 months for people under DOCCS, which is New York State Department of Corrections Community Supervision, after their release for a total of $2,600. The number, $2,600, comes directly from CEO's Returning Citizen Stimulus, launched in April 2020 in response to COVID. It remains the largest conditional transfer for formerly incarcerated individuals in U.S. history, with $24 million distributed nationally, including $4.3 million to more than 1,700 New Yorkers. Independent evaluation of the program found that the modest investment has outsized impacts like increased full-time employment, faster access to stable housing, lower food insecurity, more payments to victims through restitution, greater spending in local economies such as food, transit, and utilities, and most importantly, reduced rates of reincarceration, which means significant taxpayer savings. This is real in New York City. Nearly 2,000 people in shelters this year alone were recently released from incarceration. Yet, less than 1% of the DOCCS's $3 billion budget is spent on reentry services. For the cost of incarcerating persons in Rikers Island a year, we could provide reentry to 218 people, and unlike current gate money, the bill adjusts to inflation. Sorry, I'm almost done. Ensuring the support keeps pace with rising costs. These are proven results, and they are achievable at a fraction of the cost of continued incarceration. We urge this committee to pass Resolution 371 and call on the state legislature to support the reentry assistance bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Nurse and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Resolution 371, urging passage of the Reentry Assistance Bill. My name is Joseph Soto. I'm currently serving as a Community Engagement Specialist for the Fortune Society Behavioral Health Unit. I also bring my lived experiences of having spent 25 years incarcerated and returning home in 2019. When I came home, I had no access to the kind of support this bill would provide. The purpose of the legislation is simple and urgent: to provide people returning home from prison with the basic financial resources necessary to survive and to start and stabilize themselves. The importance of this bill becomes clearer when we consider what is required for someone coming home today. Without Metro cards, without a working phone, people can miss critical appointments, jeopardize their release conditions and their well-being. Modest investment in reentry support, such as this proposal stipend, can significantly reduce incarceration rates and help prevent homelessness. The consequences of inadequate reentry support falls hardest on our communities. For people like me, the bill would have made the difference between desperation and direction. This is not just about money, it's about dignity. We cannot say we care about public safety and then send people home without adequate support. We cannot say we care about public safety. I said that already. I am proud of where I am today, but I also know that my story could not have ended differently. Passage of Resolutions 371 will send a powerful message to New York City, stands behind its returning citizens. New York coming home need more than $200 and a bus ticket. They deserve to return and with a real chance. We urge the Council to adopt this resolution and join the many advocates, service providers, and direct impact individuals who become. Thank you for your time. My eyes are playing tricks on me.
Good afternoon, Chair Nurse and members of the committee. My name is Brianna Seid. I'm a counsel in the Justice Program at the Brennan Center for Justice. The Brennan Center is a law and public policy organization, and the Justice Program produces reports and analyses based on research and data, advocating for policy solutions to reduce the size and scope of mass incarceration and its related harms. We are asking the New York City Council to pass Resolution 371, urging lawmakers in Albany and the governor to sign the Reentry Assistance Bill. This is a bill backed by research and data. 50 years ago, researchers concluded that New York's gate money was inadequate to meet the needs of New Yorkers returning to their community, and today it is woefully inefficient. New Yorkers returning to their community after being incarcerated face a difficult and arduous task, typically returning home without savings or other financial resources. The collateral consequences of a criminal conviction also prevent people from accessing essential resources that help with reentry. Folks not only struggle to secure employment, housing, and access to education, but also basic necessities like clothing and personal hygiene products, essentials when you're trying to secure a job. We live in a country that perpetually punishes people after they've returned from incarceration. Research by the Brennan Center has found that formerly incarcerated Americans will lose around half of their earning potential, amounting to over $55 billion with a B in lost earnings annually with persistent racial disparities. By directly alleviating the income scarcity that all too often creates a no-win situation for returning New Yorkers, this bill can help avoid the risk of reincarceration, which is costly for all New Yorkers. The Reentry Assistance Bill would address the struggles faced by people returning from prison head-on. New York State spends $115,000 to incarcerate one person in their state facilities each year. For 1/40th of the cost, New York State can invest in folks returning to their communities. I want to thank Councilmember Hudson for authoring this resolution, which makes clear to Albany that New York City wants to prioritize a criminal legal system that improves outcomes and makes communities safer. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thanks for your testimony. Appreciate you making your time to be here today. I have the next four, Shlomit Levy, Jennifer Hose, Christopher Boyle, and Dorothy Weldon. And when you're ready, you can begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Nurse and esteemed members of the Committee on Criminal Justice. My name is Shlomit Levy, and I serve as the Project Director of the Center for Justice Innovation's Brooklyn Felony Diversion Programs, which include Brooklyn Mental Health Court and Brooklyn Felony Alternatives to Incarceration. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The Center supports the Commission in advocating for meeting the treatment needs of people incarcerated and by connecting individuals with the resources necessary to live successfully in the community. Our teams work throughout all stages of involvement within the legal system with court stakeholders and community-based service providers to address needs including mental health, substance use, employment, and housing. In 2024, 82% of our felony ATI participants, including Manhattan Justice Opportunity, successfully completed their programming. Our misdemeanor ATIs feature the same rigorous monitoring and case management in addition to tailored referrals to services. With Brooklyn Mental Health Court, specifically, we serve youth and adults with serious mental illness. Over 1,400 participants have received treatment and satisfied their program requirements. For the past 10 years, Project Reset has helped more than 10,000 cases avoid court and a criminal record, which includes the pre-arraignment model as well as our same-day at arraignment rapid reset programming. This rapid reset model has become increasingly popular as clients are not always able to be reached prior to their court appearance. The center runs supervised release, an alternative to detention program in Brooklyn and Staten Island. Decreasing pretrial detention is an important step in shrinking the number of incarcerated people. The center also supports the Commission's recommendation to expand the 6A work release program and provide reentry supervision for people serving sentences of less than a year. The center co-ran the 6A program during the COVID pandemic, releasing nearly 300 people who had been sentenced to jail into a supervised release program. We recommend that Council utilize these programs to reduce the burden of the current jail population, facilitating the transition to the borough-based jail system. These programs hold people accountable while promoting healing and strengthening public trust in the justice system. We urge Council to remain steadfast in their commitment to closing Rikers and welcome the opportunity to be a partner on this mission. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Hose, and I am a supervising attorney of the Decarceration Project at the Legal Aid Society. Our project works with community partners and coalitions, recognizing that the safest communities are not the ones with the highest jail populations, but the ones with the most resources. The Rikers Commission report reaffirms what our incarcerated clients have reported for decades, that Rikers Island jail complex is unfit for any form of human habitation and has led to the death of at least 62 New Yorkers since 2020. While the Commission's report makes several recommendations, it falls short of grappling with the true driver of jail incarceration in New York City. The number of people confined pretrial on unaffordable bail it determines whether the jail population increases or decreases. The vast majority of people on Rikers are held pretrial, 84% as of February, and remain jailed solely because they cannot afford to buy their freedom. The reality is that the jail population in New York City will continue to rise as long as prosecutors are requesting and judges are setting excessive bail and failing to utilize non-monetary conditions of release that allow people to safely remain in their communities and ensure their return to court. The city's failure to close Rikers on time is a direct result of its continued over-reliance on pretrial detention, its failure to invest at scale in community-based programming, and its systemic refusal to treat housing and healthcare as core components of public safety. If the City Council is serious about closing Rikers, it must at least pass legislation and allocate funding to dramatically expand the availability of transitional and supportive housing, fully implement and expand alternatives to incarceration and alternatives to detention, establish a coordinator for Rikers Island closure and a coordinator for the borough-based jail transition, especially given that the mayor has appointed the deputy mayor to head the return of ICE to Rikers, but has failed to appoint anyone to be in charge of closing Rikers. If these investments are made today, the Commission's own projections indicate that the city could safely reduce the jail population by 2,300 people. But without confronting pretrial incarceration, without investing in housing, and without real accountability, the new jails will simply become a borough-based version of the same crisis. We will have replicated the architecture of Rikers Island with just newer walls. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you for having this hearing today. My name is Christopher Boyle. I'm the Director of Data Research and Policy at New York County Defender Services. And I'm really here to talk about what's been happening with the state sentenced prisoners on Rikers Island right now. A few months ago, the Department of Corrections came into a Board of Doc hearing, and this was all prior to anything happening upstate, and asked for a variance so they can house more clients, inmates, prisoners in the dormitories that would go above and beyond what they were able to sustain. And this was all because obviously there's a staffing crisis on Rikers Island that's never really been dealt with. And now what we have now is a staffing crisis in upstate prisons, 2,000 less or so officers that are up there. And we don't have a queue. The idea that we have somebody to call at Rikers and say, you know, we have John Doe, we need him moved immediately, that's not happening. There isn't a process to move anybody from Rikers Island that's been a state sentenced prisoner to begin to serve his prison sentence upstate. But more importantly, you have people that are serving more jail time than their sentences. So you have to understand that there are certain time periods that click in prior to a person being able to even be seen by a parole board. It might be 90 days, it might be 4 months. So the idea that I can call MOCJ and say, you know, we have a client here who's just about to hit his minimum, I'm already 4 months past that time date. There isn't a process for this, and this is just going to balloon the population that's already there, and there isn't anybody that's handling this. There's no point person, there's nobody to call, there's no phone number, and this is just a major problem for all of us, all of the institutional providers, in terms of getting clients who are getting very, very close to their release dates and getting them out. And there's no ability to do that because they do not process state prisoners while they're in state custody. There isn't an office that we can call for that. And I just ask all of you to kind of have these discussions and ask MOCJ, ask the State Department of Corrections, ask the City Department of Corrections, what are they going to do about this? Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Dorothy Weldon, and I'm the Special Litigation Attorney at New York County Defender Services. So in conjunction with our submitted written testimony and my colleagues' testimony, I'm here today to speak on our office's support for legislation authorizing a study into the effectiveness and, in our view, more importantly, into the inefficiencies of the 6A early release program. I don't think anybody's touched on that yet today. If we are ever going to reduce the jail population and successfully close Rikers, early release programs like 6A and like local conditional release, they need to be a more serious part of this conversation. And NYCDS and other public defender offices in New York are uniquely situated to help these programs work. We can identify eligible clients, we can support them through the application process, whatever that may be. We can assist them with other needs like housing and medical issues. And we are also a party very attuned to any abuses in that system. We are best suited, I would argue, to identify and advocate for individuals who are wrongly rejected from opportunities for early release. But when there is no transparency around this system, there is simply no meaningful way for our offices to collaborate with city efforts to institute early release, to get these programs to work. And that's the state of affairs right now. When individuals and their families and their loved ones come to our offices, come to their advocates and say, wanting desperately to get off Rikers Island and find out whether they're eligible for these programs, we often have nowhere to direct them. And We don't have any answers. The eligibility criteria isn't clear. We don't know why certain clients are considered and granted release. We don't know why certain clients are considered and not granted release. And we don't know why others are never considered at all. So the result is a process that seems entirely arbitrary, and to our clients and their loved ones certainly feels random and unfair. We can't allow these programs to operate in the dark, and we should not be letting the Department of Correction, I'm almost done, I promise, be the only ones privy to the rules, the decision-making, and the data on who gets out, why, and when in their sentence they're released. So while we support this legislation, we urge the council to go further in increasing transparency on early release programs. Please bring public defenders into the fold. We want to advocate for these clients who we've represented. We want them to survive Rikers Island, and we want them to thrive in the community. Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony and for the call to action to go further. Tasha Barnett, come on down. I saw you waving us down earlier. Jennifer Parrish, Sarita Detainees, and Nadia, oh my gosh, I can't speak, Nadia Shate. Breaking down over here. All right, you can begin when you're ready. Turn the mic on. Press the little button.
Okay.
So it's red. Thank you.
How you doing, Chair Nurse? I don't know if you recognize my face, but I always see you in my community in Brooklyn working. You work with Bishop Hezekiah Walker. We did the groundbreaking. Then we did the I Will Graduate. I love you. I appreciate you. And seeing you here today, I'm a formerly incarcerated individual. I'm just representing myself and knowing that I have 5 felonies. I just got out of the feds I was in the feds during COVID. 12 years of holiness. Bishop taught me how to get on my feet through programs like CCF, Fortune Society. That's all I could think of. That really helped me go to college. I made it through college. Y'all told me to get my CDL in 2006 when I did the formerly, what is that, incarceration?
Alternative to incarceration.
Yes, I did that. It was beautiful. I got my CDL, worked that since 2017, started my own bus company. But then it's like the city failed me when I'm filling out applications to get a place to live. I lost my mind because I couldn't find no place to live. So I relapsed, I backslid. Backsliding, I'm a minister. So that means I converted back into the streets and doing what I wanted to do, and God wasn't pleased, and I went back to the feds. But the thing is, housing is the most important thing for anybody, because I started in juvie, getting kicked out of my house, being a runaway. Covenant House helped me, taught me how to cook. You know, I just always landed on my feet no matter what. But the thing is, I always stayed in the street because I didn't have a place to live. So this is very important. I know Chair Nurse and whatever the committee, I see her doing the work. So I'm not even here begging for bills to be passed. I know she's going to do the right thing, whatever that is.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming today.
Yep, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Nurse and members of the committee. I'm Nadia Chait. I'm the Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy at CASES, and I'm here today on behalf of the ATI Coalition, which CASES is proud to be a member of. We are an ecosystem of 12 providers that provide alternatives to incarceration and detention in New York City, and we are facing existential cuts, as you noted in your opening remarks and discussed in questions. $8.9 million in cuts to ATI programs, $8 million in cuts to reentry services. We cannot close Rikers as a city while also cutting the things that keep people from going to Rikers. If these cuts go through, we will see the Rikers population increase as it has for the past several years. We have met with MOCJ. I know many of the other coalition members have had their meetings with MOCJ. I don't think we have data back from each member, but based on what we know, we think that at least 2,300 people will lose access to ATI and reentry services if these cuts go through, and we will have to lay off staff. there is no way as a provider that we can maintain the staffing levels that we have with the kind of funding cuts that are being discussed. And it is my understanding that at least one provider will actually have to fully close one of their ATI programs because the cut is so significant that they simply will not be able to sustain that program if these cuts go through. So I know that the council understands the value of these programs, but I will just, say for us, one of our ATIs that would face cuts is for young people. I know Chair Stevens talked about how we're not serving young people the way that we need to. This is a program that connects young people to mental health care, employment services, arts therapy, boxing, just a range of supports to help our young people actually succeed, to take their skills and talents and transform their lives instead of rotting away in a jail cell. And so I urge the council to fight for full restoration.
Can you repeat the number again? Because you came with a number, but the agency couldn't come up with a number, so.
So we anticipate at least 2,300 people would lose access.
And one group potentially fully closing shop.
Yeah. I mean, as you know, we have to make the math work. So, they can say, oh, it's a 40% cut or a 50% cut.
Right. And have you communicated those numbers to MOCJ?
So they give us the numbers.
Okay.
So
no, but I'm saying the loss, the impact.
So they tell us what our, on the ATI side, MOCJ sets our intake goals for the year. It's part of our contracting process. So
that the fact that they came here not knowing anything is absolutely bullshit? Wow. Yeah.
I will let you say that.
I'll say it.
I'm perplexed.
I'm the chair.
Yeah.
I'll take that. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's really helpful to know, and it's disappointing. And hopefully we can fight to restore those, but thank you.
Thank you.
Just Exodus helped me get my section in, by the way, so I have my place.
All right, thank you. I was going to follow up with you after, but yes, awesome. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Nurse, Councilmember Caban. I am co-director of Freedom Agenda. We coordinate the campaign to close Rikers, and we're grateful to the council for your commitment to closing Rikers, including through your budget priorities and holding this hearing. The defenders of mass incarceration have always tried to convince us that Rikers Island makes us safer, but our members know that Torture Island fuels cycles of violence instead of interrupting them, while sucking resources away from the things that actually work, and their experience is affirmed by the independent Rikers Commission report. We urge the council to think about our efforts to close Rikers along a spectrum. We should first aim to prevent harm before it occurs and prevent people from reaching a point of crisis. This includes fully funding supportive housing, IMT and ACT teams, crisis respite centers, clubhouses, mentoring, economic opportunity. It is stunningly cruel that our city has the resources and proven models to do this, but chooses instead to let thousands of our neighbors spiral into crisis and then sends them to suffer and potentially die in crumbling jails built on decomposing trash. That is the reality. We need to both open more supportive housing units and make it possible for more people to access them returning from jail and prison, as Intro 1100 would do. Thinking again about this spectrum, when harm has occurred and an arrest has been made, we need diversion opportunities that protect the presumption of innocence and focus on root causes, like the Treatment Court Expansion Act at the state level and supervised release. We also need multiple forms of accountability, including alternatives to incarceration, which show much better rates of success than Rikers. For example, the commission report shows that only 1 of 115 people released under the 6A program from 2022 to 2024 was readmitted to Rikers, compared to an average 33% of people released from Rikers overall. But instead of using this tool right now to decarcerate, DOC is letting the jail population and deaths in custody soar. That is unconscionable. While electronic monitoring and forensic psychiatric treatment beds that are mentioned in the commission report may be part of the strategy for closing Rikers, they sit on the end of the spectrum that is closest to incarceration and should not be pursued at the expense of the solutions that I previously described. In the memo I attached to our testimony, we outline important guardrails for the council to keep in mind when considering expansion of electronic monitoring and forensic treatment beds. Importantly, the Department of Correction should not have any role in the new forensic treatment beds being contemplated. Our written testimony includes more about the bills, but if I can get 10 more seconds, I want to follow up on 2 things from earlier.
In terms of right-sizing, DOC, agency transition, workforce transition, an important place to start is cutting the vacancies they have now. They are not going to fill 1,100 new roles. They are barely going to keep their head count constant. And so we cannot allow the city to live in a reality where they think they're going to have 7,000 staff because they're going to plan on incarcerating 8,000 people. Like they have to start grappling with reality, including cutting those vacancies. And in terms of DOC accountability and really changing the culture of how the jails operate, strengthening BOC oversight is going to be crucial to that, and we're going to be following up with our council allies about the charter revision process as a venue for that, or a vehicle. So thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Parrish, and I'm the Director of Criminal Justice Advocacy at the Urban Justice Center. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Generally, we support the Commission's recommendations and their thoughtfulness around this and their emphasis on the urgency to close Rikers. But in my limited time today, I have to voice our strong opposition to the Commission's recommendation to add 500 secure psychiatric treatment beds for people with serious mental health concerns. We completely agree that this population needs to be diverted from incarceration, and it's unconscionable that the city holds more than 1,400 people with significant mental health needs in the inhumane conditions of Rikers. We also agree that the Office of Mental Health is responsible for moving people who lack the capacity to stand trial out of Rikers, and that should be a priority for the Commissioner of OMH. And they can do that. They can do that without creating 500 new beds. They could use the fact that they have outpatient restoration of competency to reduce the number. And while there may need to be an increase beyond the 100 beds they have planned, it's certainly not 500 people. We can also see how taking people out of Rikers who are in that process of being evaluated or coming back could speed up their trials. But let's make no mistake about it, the state law does not allow that right now. So we should not be building those beds without that change in the law. Because whatever is built is going to be a jail. We just have to come to terms with that. Look at what they've done with outpatient therapeutic housing units. That originally was designed by CHS to be a mental health model where they would be running how treatment's provided. But look what DOC has done with it. They want to put 282 officers in Belleview where they'll have 103 people. That's not acceptable, and that's a jail, and we should not create more psychiatric treatment beds, which would be the same thing. But even more importantly than that, the idea of creating these beds, if I can just have a couple more minutes, is so short-sighted, because what we're doing is creating another institution, not creating services in the community, and all of these people will be released eventually. So what we should be investing in is all the other things that the Commission includes, including what Intro 1100 will allow, more supportive housing. And one crucial piece of this is the legislation that you have, Intro 1242, because we need somebody who's coordinating all of that. A lot of the barriers to getting people with mental health issues out is combining what DOHMH is doing, Correctional Health Services, and what's going on in the Mental Health Treatment Court. So if we pass the Treatment Court Expansion Act, more people will be able to have alternatives to incarceration, and if we fund those, then we can actually reduce the population in a way that will create safety for the community and stability for those individuals.
Thank you all. Appreciate your time. Thank you for testifying today. We're at our last batch of in-person, and I see event people. Are they there in the hallway? I thought I saw some folks. Okay. Rita Zimmer, Tanisha Grant, Rebecca Henry, Gordon Lee, former Nixon protester. Okay. All right. Sharon Brown. Okay. You can, when you're ready, you can start. You got to turn the mic on. He'll help you out.
Good night, everyone. I'm Gordon Lee from Brooklyn. Looks like I don't really have to introduce myself. As you heard, I am Gordon Lee. I was one of the newborns under the Nixon presidency, and I'm with all groups, including Vocal New York, and Shut Down Rikers, because I want to fight for causes that no one can live without. And I also take issue with the crisis with the jail system, and the crisis at Rikers Island. And I want to start by, I also suggest closing of Rikers and build more smaller versions of our jails, you know, like what they just suggested, Borough-based, so that they're more easier to manage. I also want to suggest, you know, smaller township-based, village-based, district-based, and even neighborhood-based, you know, jails, so they're more easier to manage. And you know, convicted felons, they can do their time close to home and have access to their lawyers and their families and their health care providers, rather than to be sent upstate or out of state or overseas. And I also take issue with the ICE program at Rikers Island and a new policy where immigrants are held at Rikers for ICE to come and take and then deport them without due process and sent somewhere to never be heard from again. And they go overseas to another prison similar to Rikers, like that in El Salvador. And you know, I've been following the news, and I heard all about the crisis at Rikers Island and with ICE. And Miss Nurse, I heard that I was at the budget hearing right here, and I heard that you visited Rikers and you were a victim of Rikers. They mentioned it, you were raped, and they tried to cover it up. I'm sorry it happened. I hope that you will somehow get justice. And
thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
You're very welcome. And I'm afraid I'm going to have to continue.
Well, we're running short on time because we have to be out of here in exactly 15 more minutes.
Time almost
so I have
up?
another 4. Yes. Yeah.
It's 4 minutes left?
No. Your time is up.
Okay.
We have to finish in 15 minutes. So if you have anything you want to submit in written testimony, you can. But thank you for testifying.
Thanks.
Thank you.
For organizing.
Great job.
Hello, my name is Sharon Brown. Before I begin, remember Israel, release the hostages, let Yahweh's people go, defend Israel. Okay, for criminal justice, we definitely need to close Rikers Island now. So the city council sued ICE Immigration so that they will not be at Rikers. I believe you should also sue so that Rikers Island should close now. So I believe that the city council, since you can sue for things that happen at Rikers, you can sue for the delay in the closing. It should close well before 2027. People cannot be institutionalized in order to close Rikers Island. For many people, the legal aides haven't done their jobs to dismiss cases, and they wind up warehoused in Rikers than in mental institutions. So they're just, again, as I've said previously, they're warehousing people and warehousing bodies because it's very dangerous there. People are actually dying. Many people are innocent, and as someone mentioned, they don't have the bail monies and things like that to get out or get a proper lawyer. So they're in the system and they're caught up in there in the mental health system, the jail system, and then they get into all the other stuff, homelessness and things like that. And the mental health system debilitates people. It's not helping people. Over all the years that Rikers Island has had this turmoil, they have had the mental health health system there, and it's still the way that it is, and people are dying there, and there is a mental health staff system there. The same mental health system that's there would be where the 500 beds or where they build other mental health communities. All the same things that they know and that they teach in the mental health system would still be there. It's ineffective.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you testifying today. You just got to press the button there.
Our new neighbor, she's going to live at 365 Shepherd in your district, and she's one of the women who was in our Justice Works program for women coming off Rikers Island. And so I thought you'd like to meet your new neighbor. She's here. And her name is Sophia. And she had 4 children. She never thought she'd be able to see them ever again. Her husband told his older children that his mother that she had died. She was in a mental hospital. She was in shelter. She ended up at Rikers Island. And she ended up at Justice Works. And she's now going to move into permanent housing with her 4 children. She's got regained custody in the last year and a half. And so it's a great story. There's so many wonderful stories you've been hearing here all day, and I think it's just really important to hear all the stories. I'm also the co-chair of the Women's Community Justice Association, and I'm on behalf of Sharon White-Harrigan going to submit this testimony as well. But, you know, I was here probably 2019, October 17th, you voted to close Rikers, the city council did. Adrienne Adams, who was a city council member at the time, she ran the land use committee, and this place was just filled with people clapping and cheering that we were going to close Rikers. And it really is time to do it. And we know there are many community-based programs that work, and I think you've heard about them today. And I hope we can just keep talking about it and really make it happen. So I'll give my time to somebody else if they'd like it.
Thank you so much, and I'd love to meet, what was her name again?
Pardon me?
The individual that you mentioned?
The woman, Sophia.
Yes.
Sophia. She's going to live at 365 Shepherd.
Just down the street from our office.
Plus we're the not-for-profit developer with the project.
Okay.
There'll be 30 units for women from Rikers Island who will be living in permanent housing. So.
That sounds great. I'd love to come visit.
It's a great program.
Thank you for testifying.
Good afternoon. I'll be quick. My name is Rebecca Henry. I am the housing specialist and a case manager for a women's mental health shelter here in Manhattan. I'm here specifically about Intro 1100 and expanding supportive housing to include the justice system impacted individuals. And part of that is also looking at the nuance of supportive housing because as it stands right now, we don't have enough. For the people who are already qualifying. It takes an exceptionally long time to qualify, and then for everything to be submitted, I am having to escort people to their interviews. I'm also talking, a lot of my clients have come through Rikers as well as off of the street. And once we get them into supportive housing, then what? The supportive housing places are not staffed enough. There's not enough of anything. There's not enough units. I have multiple clients that I placed and they ended up back on the street because they did not get the help that they needed in supportive housing, which is kind of the whole point, right? Throughout this whole meeting, we've talked about supportive housing being this end goal, but it isn't. The initial testimony, when they talked about the commission for closing Rikers, they brought up that it's a cultural issue. And I believe that applies across the board because without changing how we are doing everything, like literally everything that has been discussed in this committee, we're not making a difference. People are going to end up back on the street. And the clients that we're receiving in my shelter are worse. Every day, every client that comes in, they are more actively psychotic. Their psychosis is more severe. It is overwhelming. Thank you.
Thank you, and we definitely acknowledge the challenges within the ability to have people working and properly staffed and enough services. Again, this speaks to the budget, so I really appreciate you being here and giving that firsthand testimony. Thank you all. Thank you. We're going to turn to some virtual testifiers. We have Daniel Gerard.
Starting time.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair Nurse and committee members. My name is Danielle Gerard. I'm a senior staff attorney at Children's Rights, a member of the New York City Jails Action Coalition. We advocate for young adults on Rikers. We support closing Rikers as soon as possible, Intro 1100 to expand access to supportive housing, and Resolution 371 in support of the state reentry assistance bill. Thank you for your efforts to right-size the administration's lopsided budget. Please continue to focus on budget priorities that improve the lives of our incarcerated neighbors and other desperate New Yorkers. We urge you to continue to put social services at the forefront of any budget expenditures. We stand with you in your efforts to restore and increase funding for alternatives to incarceration and justice-involved supportive housing, community mental health services, a better education for our children, and other priorities for keeping our young people out of the carceral system in the first place. We stand with you to make our jails as humane as possible with meaningful programming, educational opportunities, recreation, and enough food so that people incarcerated on Rikers don't go to bed hungry. We urge you to consider the testimony that we submitted on March 7th for your preliminary budget hearing and that we resubmitted a few days ago. It explains in detail how Children's Rights believes the city's criminal legal budget priorities should be realigned to fulfill the objectives we just outlined. In the meantime, thank you very much for your work.
Thank you so much. Thank you for testifying and for highlighting your testimony. Next up, we have Allison Wilkie.
Starting time.
I think that I'm in the wrong. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. I think I'm the wrong.
Okay, sorry, it was the wrong person who dropped. The next person we'll go to is Kelly Grace Price.
Starting time.
Hi, I'll turn in my written testimony. Chair Nurse, thank you. Jeremy, Councilmember Caban. I just want to remind you that over 70% of women that filter through Rosie's are not charged. And so we do not qualify for a lot of the supported housing programs because we just walk free from incarceration without taking a deal or a plea. And we're just kind of lost in the system. If you look at the number of people on Rosie's today, of the 440 people, only about maybe 160 of them should be on Rosie's. It's time to prioritize closing Rosie's and not to co-join closing Rosie's with closing Rikers altogether. Again, Kelly Grace Price from Close Rosie's. I'll turn in my written statements. It's the end of the day, and I'm tired of the sound of my own voice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kelly. Really appreciate it. Next up, we have Eileen Mayer.
Starting time.
Oh, sorry, she dropped. So Christopher Leon Johnson.
Starting time.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, hello, Sandy. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. Thank you for having this hearing. I know you got to go. I'm calling on support for Intro 1238 that will give people that's currently incarcerated the right to look at evidence while they're in prison. At the same time, the city council needs to introduce another bill to make sure that the correctional officers and anybody part of New York City Corrections does not able to see what they're seeing. They should be able to. I understand there's a lot of security when it comes to going to computers and looking at stuff, but they should not be on top of the accused while they look at the evidence. And at the same time, they should not be trying to be micromanaging and telling the defendants what they should be looking at and what they should not be looking at. I think that the evidence should be sent by the lawyers only, sent by their public defenders or their public defenders, legal aid, or 50 or 18B people, not by the corrections, because just like that man from Boca, New York said earlier about your situation, Ms. Nurse, about how you was got in that situation, which I brought up the budget hearing wasn't there for. And if they refuse to really dive in of what happened to you, Sandy. What do anybody think that they'll do the right thing and trying to really be fair for the people that are currently incarcerated and that is currently incarcerated? Everybody know that corrections officers and NYPD officers work together, and corrections officers and the district attorney work together. So you can never trust COs to ever be fair when it comes to help delivering evidence and delivering discovery, and being part of the discovery process to the defendants. Because like I said, if they covered, I know they covered it up when you got in that situation last year at Rikers. You can't trust the COs. Like I said, it should be done by the lawyers, only by the lawyers, and not by the corrections officers. Anytime that the defendants are able to see this with this introduction, the lawyer should be with them, the public defender should be with them, or legal aid or paralegal should be with them, not the CO, because
Your time's expired. Thank you.
So thank you, Sandy. I hope that you get justice for what you went through last year. I hope you really do get justice. Like I said before.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Time expired. Okay, that is it for everyone online. Thank you, everyone who stayed. Thank you, Natalie and Jeremy, for all your work. Thank you, Sergeants. Thank you, Councilmember Caban, for hanging out. And thank you, Casey. We did it. Thank you.